Wouldn't it be great if we had a quarter of
早上好。
your
Good
guides
morning
and
to
your
everyone.
training
It's a
and,
good morning
and
from
things like
China.
that? So that's
So
what
I
really
was at
brought
the
it
panel
home to
discussion.
me.
I think what highlighted yesterday
All
for
right.
me is
早
that
上好. Good morning to everyone. It's a good
this
morning from
conference
China.
itself, it
So I was at the
provide-
panel
it has
discussion.
been provided
I
a
think
great
what
opportunity
highlighted
for all
yesterday
women
for
from
me
all
is
over
that
the world to exchange our ideas
this
and this
this
conference
conference
itself, not
it
just
provide-
a story from
it has been
tour
provided a great
operator
opportunity
or
for
it's
all
from
women
tour
from
guide, but
all
from
over the world to
everybody,
exchange our
everyone in this
ideas
room,
and
in this house.
change
We're
our
not just,
stories. Not
exchange
just
our
a story
ideas
from
on
a
the
tour
stage,
operator
but we talk when
or
we get off the stage,
from
we
tour
talk with
guide, but from
everybody.
everybody,
It's
everyone
very
in
good.
this
That's
room, in
how
this
we
house.
started
We're
this
not just
cooperation things and
exchange
we're
our
collaborating with
ideas
everybody.
on the stage,
Another thing
but we
highlighted
talk when we get off
yesterday
the
is
stage. We
highlighted
talk
my
with
day
everybody.
is
It's
we got a
very,
chance to,
it's very good. That's how
visit
we
a
started
little,
this cooperation
tent
things and
back there. It's
collaborating
not
with
in the house
everybody.
already, but,
Another thing
I would
highlighted
say,
yesterday,
money
highlighting my
well
day
spent.
is
Thank
we
you,
got a
guys.
chance to visit a little
Well, yeah, I
tent back
really
there.
don't want you
It's
to
not
going
in
back
the
with
house
any
already,
dollars.
but
So please
I would say
spend as many dollars as you
money
can
well
while you're here.
spent. Thank you, guys.
Jeff, I'm speaking to you directly. So
Well, yeah, I
please
really don't
take
want
back
you to
any
going
dollars.
back with any
All right,
dollars. So please
first of all,
spend
since
as
we are
many
talking about
dollars as you
budding,
can while you're here.
anyone while here has seen a
Jeff,
bird they've
I'm
never
speaking
seen
to you
before,
directly. So
they
please,
came.
yeah,
You
please
have?
don't
All right.
take back
Did you
any
find
dollars.
out which bird it
All
was?
right.
So first of all, since we are talking about budding,
Well, we're up to about
anyone while here has seen a
species
bird
now
they've never seen
birding
before,
here, and this is my
they
first time in
came.
Africa, first
You
time in
have?
Uganda.
All right. Did you find out which bird it
And,
was?
Lots of really wonderful things. Just here on the property grounds,
Well,
we
we're up to
had,
about
plantain
60
eaters and that
species
double-toothed
now
barbet is
birding here, and
fantastic.
this is my first time in
Just for
Africa,
being a
first time
pretty
in
common
Uganda.
bird,
And
green white-eye, and lots of really wonderful things. Just here on the had some
property
hooded
grounds, we
vultures
had
flying over, which
plantain
is great, some
eaters,
critically
and that
endangered.
double-toothed barbet
Great-
is
great birding.
fantastic, just for being a
Right,
pretty
so
common bird.
it's quite the experience. You don't have to
green
get out of your
white-eye
hotel to see a beautiful bird
had some hooded
while you're here.
vultures flying over, which was
In
great 'cause they're
Kampala,
critically
again, going back to our
endangered.
very first presentation
great birding here.
on the ability to see.
Right, so it's quite the
up
experience.
to,
You don't have to get out of your hotel
180
to see a
species
beautiful
on-
bird
in 1 or
while
2
you're
days.
here.
While you're
In
here,
Kampala, again,
it
going back
depends
to
on
our
where
very
you
first
go.
presentation
Again,
on
I
the
still talk
ability
about
to
the
see
shoebill,
up to what,
and I'm hoping you
180
find time
bird
to go and see
species
the shoebill
in 1 or
in
2
its
days
space.
while you're here. It
Okay,
depends on where
so
you
we
go.
need to move on. I'm
Again,
just
I still
holding
talk
forth
about the
for Grace
shoebill,
because I know one of our
and
panelists is
I'm
not
hoping
here.
you find time to
And
go
I'm
and see the
hoping
shoebill
she can walk in very
in
quickly.
its space.
All right.
South
African
okay,
sister.
so we
Have
need
you
to move on.
spotted how
I'm
she's
just
dressed
holding
today?
forth
She-
for
she
Grace
looks
because
lovely.
I know one of her panelists is not yet here.
I will definitely have a
and I'm
photo with you.
hoping
Hubbard
she
was
can
the one
walk
who
in
stole
very
the very
quickly.
first photo
My
with you.
South African
Yesterday's
sister.
highlight. I would want to
Have
know
you
from you
spotted
what
how
was your
she's
highlight
dressed today?
from
She
the
she looks
conversation
lovely.
yesterday? I will definitely have a photo with you. Hubbard was the one who stole the very
For me,
first
the
photo
highlight
with
was
you.
the binoculars,
Yesterday's
the
highlight. I would want to know
cameras,
from you what was your highlight
the
from the
shoes,
conversations
the
yesterday.
uniform, and seeing all the women bird guides
Thank
lined up
you
on
so
the stage.
much.
I thought that was incredible.
For me, the
And I
highlight
just
was
know
the
that it's gonna
binoculars,
catalyze
the
so much
cameras,
passion and so much inspiration.
the shoes,
It
the
might
uniform,
seem
and
like a
seeing
little
all
thing,
the
but
women
the
bird
knock-on
guides
effect
lined
it's
up on
gonna
the
have,
stage.
you
I
know,
thought that was
the
incredible.
enthusiasm
And I
you
just
have to
know
bird
that
when
it's
you've
going to
got the right
catalyze so much
binoculars, when you
passion
can
and
see
so
the
much
birds, you know, when you
inspiration.
can take,
It might seem like a
pictures
little
and you
thing,
can walk
but
comfortably.
the knock-on
I
effect
just
it's
thought
going to
to me that was
have,
a
you
huge
know,
support.
the enthusiasm you have to bird when
My
you've
other
got the
sister
right
is here.
binoculars, when you can see the birds,
You
you know, when
want
you can
to
take
make sure it's not the
pictures
same
and you
thing
can
she
walk
said. Just tell us
comfortably.
something else.
I just thought to me that was a huge support.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone.
My other sister is
Yes,
here.
yes. Yesterday
You
was
want
so
to
jealous.
make sure it's
It's
not the
also
same thing she said.
Snandio.
Just tell us something else.
Yeah, it's very incredible. Thank I was you. so Good morning to impressed everyone. see the lots of women Yes, bidders yes. at Uganda. Yesterday I was so so jealous. amazing. I And told when they Susnan, got the you. same sponsors, Yeah, cameras, I it's said, very oh, no, incredible. I I'm was so so jealous. I wish for impressed us to in see the South lots Africa. of women bidders at
We
Uganda.
can get the
Was so
sponsors like that.
amazing.
I was so very
And when they got
impressed.
some
More
sponsors,
and
cameras,
I said, oh
and
no,
all powered.
I'm so jealous.
to
I wish for
what I'm
us in South
doing
Africa.
to be professional.
We
Thank
can
you.
get the sponsors
All
like
right,
that.
so
I was so
please
very
note
impressed.
that
And
this,
it came to me
the
that
yo
more
is South African.
enthusiastic
So yo is
and
like,
more power to
wow, you know,
do
yo,
what
that
I'm
is,
doing
so if you're with
to be
her and she says
professional.
yo, she's
Thank
not
you.
expressing
All
herself
right, so
differently. That is
please
like,
note
wow,
that
you know,
this,
like the
that's
yo is
expression
South
you will
African.
get
So yo
down
is
south.
like,
All right,
wow, you know,
one of
yo,
the,
that is,
yes, I was
so
going
if
to
you're
ask
with
you,
her and she
looking for
says
the
yo,
female
she's not
Ugandan
expressing herself differently.
Men, don't
That
be
is like,
jealous. This is
wow,
really
you
about
know,
the
like,
women. I'm
that's
not
the
coming to any
expression
man
you
this
will
morning
get
down
I'm only
south.
talking to
All
the
right.
ladies. Yes,
One
your
of the
experience?
young, yes, I was going to ask. I was
Thank
looking
you
for the
so much
female
for the opportunity.
Ugandan birders.
My name is
Men,
Maki
don't be jealous.
Nkunju.
This is really about the women. I'm not coming to any
what
man this
inspired
morning.
me
I'm only
and
talking to
what
the
I
ladies.
learned
Yes,
is,
your experience?
hard work and
Thank you so much for the
determination.
opportunity.
Sometimes
My name
as
is
a
Maki
young girl
Nkunju.
or as a young lady,
What
I've been looking
inspired
at
me
myself
and
like,
what I learned
many
is
challenges. You can't
hard
make
work
it,
and
like,
determination.
there's a lot
Sometimes
of
as a young
hindrances.
girl or as a
But,
young
as
lady,
ladies who are
I've been looking
speaking,
at
I actually
myself like
discovered
there are many challenges.
you can't
Everyone
make
has
it.
challenges, but
Like
it's just
there's a
matter of
lot of hindrances.
determination and
But
hard work.
as
One
ladies
of
who
the
are
ladies
speaking, I
yesterday
actually
was- I've
discovered
forgotten her name.
she was
Everyone
she
has
explained
challenges,
the
but it's
the
just a
challenge she
matter of
experienced during
determination
COVID,
and
how
hard
the
work.
company
One of the
and
ladies
the
yesterday
business went
was,
down,
I've forgotten her
but
name.
in
She
the
was-
end,
she
she explained
concluded with how
the
she
challenge she
succeeded.
experienced during
It
COVID,
inspired me
how
a lot,
the
hearing
company
very many
and
stories
the
from these
business
ladies.
went down.
Like,
But
it's not that for
in
them
the
it's,
end,
an
she
easy
concluded
load,
with how
but
she
it's a hard
succeeded.
life too, but they
It
just
inspired me a lot hearing very
hardworking.
many stories
Then,
from
also
these
somebody
ladies.
was talking about
Like
how
it's not that
she-
for them it's
she went on a
an
trip
easy
with
load,
a baby,
but it's a hard
then
life
it
too.
was
But
not
they
easy.
just
So
be
with me, I got a
hardworking.
baby.
Then
but,
also somebody was
very
talking
things
about
were
how
tough
she
and nothing can
she
actually
went on
be
a
possible.
trip with
But
a
when I heard
baby.
from these ladies,
Then
I
it was not
actually
easy.
strengthened
So with
myself
me, I
and
got a
believed
baby,
that with
but
hard work and
I felt
determination,
things were
despite
tough
of the challenges,
and
you
nothing
must
can
be a
actually be
successful
possible.
woman.
But when I heard from these ladies, I actually strengthened myself and believed
Thank you
that
so much
with
for the
hard work
opportunity
and
once again.
determination, despite of the challenges, you
Now,
must
this
be
is
a
testimony. I'm
successful
happy to take
woman.
testimony. Is there any other young girl who wants to share with us their testimony? You're starting
Thank
out in
you
the
so much
industry,
for the opportunity once
you know,
again.
It doesn't look very glossy like
All
the
right,
guys
now
doing
this is
the
a
gorillas.
testimony. I'm happy to
It
take
doesn't look
testimony. Is
very
there any
interesting.
other young girl who wants to share with
you
us
know,
their
anyone?
testimony?
You're
Anyone?
starting
Yeah,
out in the
yes,
industry.
please.
You know, it doesn't look very glossy like the guys doing the gorillas. It doesn't look very interesting.
Good morning, ladies and
You
gentlemen.
know, anyone?
You know me, I'm very
young?
short.
Yes, please.
So if I don't stand, then I'll not be seen. And I'm just
Good
like,
morning, ladies and gentlemen.
one of the birds. You know me, I'm
one
very
of the
short.
Tinkerbirds.
No Tinkerbirds are
So
very
if I don't
small,
stand,
but they're very
then I'll
loud.
not be seen.
So that's how
And I'm
also
just like
behave. If I don't
one of
talk
the
loud,
birds,
or if I don't
one of the
stand,
Tinkerbirds. You know,
then I'll
Tinkerbirds
not
are very
be
small,
seen.
but they're very loud.
I have
So
a
that's
very
how
good story.
I also behave.
When I was
If
young,
I don't talk
my
loud,
father sent me to the
or if I
garden
don't stand,
to weed beans.
then I'll not be
and I
seen.
found a bird had hatched.
I have a very good story.
The birds.
When I was young,
I
my father
destroyed
sent
the
me to the
beans.
garden
My father
to
was
weed
a court
beans,
prosecutor,
and I found a bird
when I
had
went
hatched
back home,
its little
the
ones.
next day he went to the
I
garden.
started feeding the
He
birds
found when I
as
destroyed
I
all the
destroyed the
beans.
beans.
He
My
gave
father
me
was a
very
court
good-
prosecutor.
You know Chiboko,
When I went back
very
home,
good canes.
the next day he
And
went
I
to the
developed
garden.
fever.
He found when I destroyed
After that,
all
he
the
took me
beans.
to the hospital.
He gave me very
He did
good,
not
you know,
prosecute
Chiboko,
himself
very
because of
good
beating
canes.
me
And
to
I
the
developed
extent that
fever.
I developed fever.
After
And
that, he
up
took me
date,
to the
this is
hospital.
work that is paying me.
He did not
I
prosecute
work with
himself
Uganda Wildlife Authority
because of
I'm a
beating
ranger
me
guide,
to the extent that
I'm
I
really
developed
proud.
fever.
I'm
But
also
up
a
to
tourist
date,
guide
this is the
assessor.
work that is paying me.
Yesterday when
I work with Uganda
my
Wildlife
boss, that
Authority.
is Dorcas
I'm a ranger
Solukundo,
guide,
when she was
and
talking
I'm really
about the
proud.
birds,
I'm
I was
also
really
a
very
tourist guide
impressed.
assessor.
However, we have not
Yesterday, when
mentioned about the
my
foxes
boss,
weaver
that is
that
Dorcas
is only
Solukundo,
found
when
in
she was
Uganda, in
talking
the whole
about
world.
the birds, I
And,
was really very
this is a very
impressed.
amazing
However, we
bird.
have not
If you look
mentioned
at that
about
bird,
the foxes
you
weaver
really
that is
also
only
want
found
to come
in
and
Uganda
see
in the whole
that
world.
bird, and that is only
And
found in
this is a
Pianupe.
very
We have
amazing
other
bird.
birds.
If you
For
look
example,
at
if you go
that
to
bird,
Bwindi, where we have
you
the
really
biggest number
also
of
want to
the
come
Albertine
and see
endemic
that
species.
bird, and that
This
is
is where
only
I've
found
also
in
worked.
Pianupe.
I've worked in
We
Bwindi
have
National
other
Park.
birds.
In
For
the
example, if you go
gorillas,
to
I've worked
Bwindi,
them. I've
where we have the
tracked
biggest
the gorillas
number of
for over 5 years.
the
I've
Albertine
worked in
endemic
Chivale National
species.
Park in the
This is where
chimpanzees
I've also worked
for 4 years.
I've worked in
I've worked
Bwindi
in
National
Lake
Park.
Mburo.
In
I'm
the
21
gorillas, I've
years
hiked
in
them.
the
I've
field.
tracked the gorillas for
And,
over
I'm
5 years.
41 years
I've
old.
worked in
But
Chivale
when you
National
look
Park
at in the chimpanzees for 4 years. I've worked in Lake Imburo. I'm 21 years in the field. And I'm 41 years old. But when you look at me, I'm sweet 16.
Yeah, I really love myself.
And sometimes I say I'm a very proud Muchiga and a very proud Ugandan. You need to
Yeah,
really
I really
feel
love
yourself.
myself.
People from the US.
And sometimes I
people
say
from
I'm
South
a very
Africa,
proud
people
Muchiga
from Australia,
and a very proud
my friend
Ugandan.
from Mayhaw. You need to
Really feel yourself.
Let Uganda be
People
your
from
first
the
country.
US, people
And
from
the other
South Africa,
countries be your
people from
second home.
Australia,
Uganda should
my
be your
friend
first
from
home.
Mayhaw.
Uganda is so beautiful.
Please,
When
let
you look
Uganda
at
be
me
your
at
first
41,
country.
And I just look
And
sweet
the other
16
countries be your
because
second
Uganda
home.
is so beautiful.
Uganda
Our
should
nature
be your
alone,
first home. Uganda
our
is
nature
so
alone
beautiful.
is so beautiful.
When you look at
I
me
come
at
from the
41,
mountains of the moon
and I
that
just
is
look
Rwenzori.
sweet 16,
My grandfather
because
is just on top
Uganda
of the
is so
mountain
beautiful.
Rwenzori,
Our
and is
nature
103
alone,
years and very
our
still
nature
strong.
alone is so
So,
beautiful.
if you
I
really
come from
love,
the mountains of the
what
moon
we
that is
have,
Rwenzori. My
that is,
grandfather is just on
according
top
to
of the
Winston
mountain
Churchill,
Rwenzori
that
and
is
is
when he
103
he
years and
named
very
Uganda the
still
Pearl of
strong.
Africa.
So
In,
if you really love what we
when he
have,
named Uganda
that
the
is
Pearl of
according
Africa,
to
that is when he
Winston
had found that
Churchill.
Uganda was
That is when he made
beautiful.
he
And
named
after
Uganda the Pearl of
moving all
Africa.
the African
In,
countries, but his reason
in,
was he
when he
wanted to take our
named
lands.
Uganda the Pearl of Africa,
That
is when he had found
it
that Uganda was
part
so
of it.
beautiful. And
But they
after
wanted to take our
moving
main
all
lands.
the African
But they
countries,
now mention
but his reason
Uganda
was
as
he
a
wanted
Pearl
to
of
take
Africa.
our mines.
Please let Uganda be your
That
first
wasn't
home.
what-
Let
it
us
wasn't-
make a
wasn't
deal.
part of it.
Uganda becomes
But
your
they
first
wanted to
home.
take our
You're
main
always
lands.
welcome. We
But
have a
then
lot
they
of
now-
land. You can even come and buy land and build houses. Thank you very much.
They can come and build lodges, right? So we can go and stay in them. Sweet 16, you clearly there's something about staying in the wild. You add a couple of more years on yourself, and you definitely look Sweet 16. I'll come here before I close this particular session. Your experience from it doesn't have to even be just yesterday. It could be the last 2 days.
Morning, everyone. Yeah. My name is Sandra Basima, and first of all, I want to thank the organizers of our International Conference for Women Birders. Thank you for organizing such a very big event, and we've really learned a lot. We have got to learn so many things. We've networked, because in our industry, it's always about networking mostly. We don't do the work alone. I began my journey actually in 2009 with the industry. That was my, just when I first started, and I worked with Abacus Vacations, and I was doing tour consulting. But fast forward, I can say that I'm proud to have become now a tour operator. That was in COVID. COVID came with a lot of stress, but again with a lot that we could learn. So it helped me to start up something, and I'm forever grateful for that. But regarding the past 2 days, I'm glad that the first thing that I really got to know, that there were women birders. Been in the industry, but I hadn't interacted with women birders. And whenever I wanted to, I got customers, clients that were interested in birding. I always got references from men birders. As you know, I guess, I don't know why guys like praying, like always, these are the best, these are the best, these are the best. I'm like, are you serious? So when I came here, it was kind of a shock for me. I'm really glad. I thank God for Mr. Herbert Biaruhanga. Thank you for training these ladies. Now at least I know we have the best in the industry besides the men. Please continue, and we want to learn more from you. God bless you.
Chairperson of the Uganda Women Birders, Judith, we need to do more work, because the men are selling men, they are not selling women. And I also discovered on Wednesday that there's more female birders than I actually thought initially there is. So I think we can begin by the profiling of our women birders, and it can start here. Now you know each other. Whether you want to create your own website, whether you want to create your own portfolio somewhere so that we all share. I think a lot of conversations we've had in the last 3 days have surprised a lot of people. First things first is that we didn't know there's so much enthusiasm around birds in the world. I mean, a lot of people in Uganda want birds. I see them every day. They're here. Who wants to see them? And they forget that there is people out there who only see one bad the entire, week where they work from, and it's a highlight of their life when you travel sometimes. And so I'm glad Judith is building a bigger portfolio of our women. And I also discovered that every time you travel, you find a lot of the badders carry their cameras. That's one of the things they carry with them. It's part of their luggage. Even when they've gone for, another conference that has nothing to do with tourism, they'll always have a camera on them. And so you will find this one person in the hotel you're staying in, doesn't matter where, whether it's, Dubai or you go into Europe, they'll always follow this one bad that showed up while they were having breakfast. If you're having an outdoor breakfast, and there'll always be a bad trying to pick cereal off the table. There'll always be the guy following the bad. He's forgotten about the breakfast, but he's following the bad the entire time. So as the waiters are chasing the bads, he's saying, no, please first leave it. I need a shot. I need the perfect shot. I think, like I said on Wednesday, a bada is the worst date you can have at a lunch or a dinner. Because for 1 minute you're speaking to the bada, the next minute they've left you and you're talking to yourself. And you're wondering where they went. It's because they had a sound. And I initially thought it's because they've seen something. No, it's a sound, Grace. I'm told it starts with a sound. The moment they hear a sound, it's like it's calling them. So they're like, I think I know that bad. I actually think I know that bad. And then they start looking for the bad. And the next thing they know, their ringtones are also bad sounds. The next thing you know, they are playing the sound to try and attract the bad closer. And they start speaking to each other, the phone and the bad, and then they're looking for each other. It's quite interesting. And so in this room, there's a lot of experts on these issues. And a lot of people on social media are surprised that there's a lot of interest in bats. And Ugandans were so shocked of the number of species they also have in the country. I had the one picture that everyone spoke to. I think there's this one bat. I don't know if you've put it there and you're able to put it on the screen. I don't know if this was Judith's favorite bat. This was Prosty's favorite bat. All right? Grace, this is a pretty bat. Judith, I know it has a very unique name. What's the it's a twin spot. That's the family? Twin spot? How many family members are in the twin spot group? Under this twin spot. But this particular one, it's the green twin spot or green-backed twin spot. Wow. Okay. I had to look it up. When Prosty said it's her favorite bird, I had to look it up. And this I haven't seen. I will be looking out for it the next time I'm in any of the parks. Where can I find this? Here?
It's found on the edges of primary forests. You can find it in Mavira, on the edges of Mavira. You can find it in Mpanga and Budongo.
All right, my bad. You man. I know you wanted to see Judith's beautiful face, but we were talking about birds. There you go. So now you know where to find this. I will be looking for this. I know, Grace, I know the bishop. I see that quite a bit. It's one of my favorites. It shows up, and I found it in Mburo, the bishop. I did see it in Mburo, and at least I know that one. And I'm always pausing when I'm with a ranger. I say, I know that one. All right, so we want to kickstart our conversation this morning. And as I said, it's going to be a conversation with women. Women ladies, women birders, and our moderator is someone from the private sector that has supported this particular conference, and we really want to support, thank and appreciate the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda that did support this conference and have been with us through the last 3 days. So what Grace will do is she will introduce her speakers. One of her speakers will be here in the next 2-3 minutes, but at least two of the speakers are here in the room, and they will be able to share with us the conversations this morning. We only have this one panel this morning, and then we'll go into the commitments. And Herbert and the team should be ready with our commitments and our takeaways from this particular conference. I am excited to note that yesterday you had a full house, and how big of interest this particular conference has been. And all the key stakeholders were here in this room. Yeah? All the key stakeholders you needed were here in this room. Oh, and I'm also told you had real commitments as a group, Judith, from yesterday's conversations, the key stakeholders that came, real serious commitments. I picked out something, Jeff, and I'm surprised Jeff has moved. I wanted to poke his mind. The idea that the amount of money the budding industry in the U.S. contributes to the national economy in the U.S. I was listening to Mwanje and Herbert this morning, accounts for our, gross GDP as a country. And I was thinking, gosh, and they only have 600 bird species, and we have 1,000. So imagine if we brought all those people who are going into the US to see birds to come into Uganda. Just bring all that traffic into Uganda. Judith, we have some homework. We need to go and attend all those conferences in the US, those birding conferences, and show them the 1,000 bird species. And I was excited that gradually, I think, Judith, you can share with us, the number of, the interest of birders, the number of birders that are coming into the country, who usually, traditionally would be coming to see the gorillas, but are now coming to see our birds. I once was, I know Sivi would have loved to hear this, I once went to Pakuba Lodge in Murchison National Falls National Park. And this was just towards the end of our lockdowns. I was one of those very few people who could go into the parks. Our parks were open, and the tourists were allowed to come in when we opened up. So the one table that was seated next to us was about 10 people, and I think they were with Herbert. I'm trying to remember. There were 10 birders seated on one long table. So the COVID protocols at that time were that if you stayed in a hotel, you sat on the same table throughout your stay in that lodge. And you got one waiter serving you throughout that entire period. So that in case you had a COVID case, they would then, of course, ask the waiter to stay home as they monitor them. And those were the protocols. But the good thing was, on that table, you had 10 people who were all birders. And every night when we sat at dinner, they had this long list, just like the program. They had this long list of birds that they were looking out for that day. And the first thing they did, they always had a leader who always was the godfather of the group. And this group had old people, relatively young people. And they would start. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we get serious? Meanwhile, soup has been served, all right? So now, I know you're enjoying your soup, but we need to begin. So let's start from the top. What did we see this morning? And then he starts right at the top. And they had all these birds listed on this document. It was a huge document. I probably think there were about 400 birds on there. And it was so exciting to see. We saw this, we saw that, we saw this, we saw this, we saw this. And they kept ticking and ticking and ticking. And that was their experience. And you could tell they were very excited that they had had a very fruitful day of bird watching. And that's how exciting bird watching is for those who really love it. I am hopeful that along the way, Ugandans will discover that it's also an art, that it's a space that, because we go to the park, when we go to the park and the guide is showing you a bird, everyone is so disinterested. And they are looking out for the mammals. Where are the lions? Where are the lions? Oh, no, but this is a very nice bird, this is part of this family. I have noticed on all the boat rides I've done, whether it's in Mburo, Queen Elizabeth, or in Murchison, the biggest highlight of all the boat rides is not the reptiles, it's always the birds. But I can tell you, the Africans on the boat are disinterested in the birds. Every time he's talking about birds, it's our colored people who are taking pictures. And everyone pulls out the camera, and we're all looking at each other and saying, what is it? What is their interest? Why are they looking at that wall? Judith, do you get that on the boat? Why are they taking pictures on the wall? There's the nesting areas for... Judith, I know these things. Now I know these things. So you find that the nesting area is... How about... You see, I've learned this thing. So you find there's all these birds on this area that has been eroded, and that's where they're nesting, and all the cameras are clicking. And the Ugandans on the boat are wondering, what is happening? What is interesting about these things? And it's really the birds. I'm hoping someday we will get as interested in these birds as we can. All right. So, Grace, I really can't hold long. I know CV is coming. But allow me welcome Grace. So Grace is the Chief Operating Officer at the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, Grace Shameire. She will be moderating our next session. Can we welcome her, ladies and gentlemen? Grace. So Grace will later do the profiling of our panelists. But joining her, so Grace, as I buy you time, is Dr. Diana Nalwanga. Dr. Diana, please take to the stage. Can we give Dr. Diana a round of applause? Feel free, Grace. You decide where you want to sit. And again, we missed Dr. on day one. She had a session she was meant to handle, but I'm glad today she's the one in the hot seat for the presentations. And she will be making a presentation very, very shortly. We have Professor Wendy, who's on this side, and she will be joining us. Can we give her a round of applause? She will be joining us very, very shortly, as soon as she's called up to make her presentation. And Ms. Sivi, who is an entrepreneur in the sector, a tourism player, Ms. Sivi Tumusime will join this panel. This particular session that Grace is handling is empowering women in bird conservation, a call to action for sustainable tourism and biodiversity protection. This particular session should, add to the insightful conversations we've had since Wednesday, and I'm looking forward to all the presentations this morning from Dr. Diana, from Professor Wendy, and from Sivi. And Grace, I am happy for you to start when you want to, as you profile our presenters, and later open up for a panel discussion where we can ask as many questions as we can before we hand over to Herbert to do the session on commitments. So Herbert, your session will come after this panel discussion. So, oh yeah, I'm glad. Both of you were trying to remind me. The other panelists. Gosh, I kept missing my list. Can we also welcome Miss Andrea Molina? Andrea, my apologies. I skipped it. I don't know. And Andrea, like I said, Grace has the honor to do the profiles of all these wonderful speakers. And she will tell us who they are, their specialty, and the conversation they are going to share with us. All right? So, Grace, feel free to start where you want and let us know who it is you have on your panel and their specific areas of interest.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Our guests, fellow Ugandans, all protocol observed. Good morning. My name is Grace Shameire Gwaku. I'm the Chief Operations Officer at Private Sector Foundation Uganda. I'm on the agenda to chair, I believe, the most exciting session. It's the grand finale, and how a fantastic way to close off the conference. A year ago, Mr. Herbert Biaruhanga walked into my office at PSFU, and he was buzzing with excitement. You know how Herbert is like a force of nature, eh? He came in and said, there's this international birders conference. You have to be part of it. When is it? Next year. I was like, yeah, we have time. We'll be part of it. But non-committal, because I didn't know where the money was going to come from. And I can't believe it's been a year already. And we are here, and it's day 3, and it's happening. Yeah. So huge congratulations to Herbert, Isabella, who's been spending sleepless nights, and the entire team that has worked so hard to make today a success. And you know, there's that story in the Bible, that guy who threw a wedding and invited people and no one showed up. So it would have been effortless. It would have been frustrating if he had organized and no one had showed up. But day 1 was well attended in spite of the rainy days. Yesterday, we had an overflow. I think we even, the numbers were more than we had planned for. And I know it's looking like it's half full today, but Uganda being Uganda, when it rains, people come in a little bit late. So I'm sure by about 10, 11, we'll have a full house. I thank you all for joining us today and for the last 2 days as we talk about birds, a gift that God has given us that some of us take for granted in this country because it's all over us. But the best part of my morning, actually, and I always pause for like 5 minutes, is to enjoy the sound of birds when I wake up. And I'm privileged to hear birds sing when I wake up because I have so many trees around me. It's my honor to host this panel of outstanding, brilliant, strong, I think somebody talked about strong women. They are formidable women who are going to speak to us today, to share their experiences, to share their knowledge, to share their wisdom, and inspire us as we listen to them. I'm excited. When I look at the profile of the speakers today, I think we're going to have a rich morning, and hopefully each one of us will leave here more knowledgeable than when we walked in today. Not just the 3 days, but just for today. I hope you leave more knowledgeable. Even just by listening to everyone recounting yesterday's experiences, I learned quite a bit. And I think my highlight is the bird that Maurice asked that be put on that screen. Being a woman, I'm going to try and match those colors. I don't know, the red, the green, the black and white. You know, usually when you mix those colors, people tell you you're clashing. But God did it beautifully with the birds. So I don't see why we can't rock some of those colors the way they appear on birds. And who says we'll clash? But that's some of the inspiration I think the fashion designers actually draw from these gifts of nature. So today on in our session, we will have 4 speakers presenting to us. We've got Dr. Diana Nalwanga, who is the head of biodiversity at EcoTrust. She's our first presenter, and she'll be talking about empowering women in bird conservation, a call to action for sustainable tourism and biodiversity protection. She's a brilliant person. We are privileged that she will focus on the role of women in birding, the significance of their contributions to conservation efforts, and how fostering gender inclusivity can lead to more sustainable tourism practices. It aligns with the theme of the conference and addresses broader issues related to the environment, conservation, making it very relevant and impactful for a diverse audience. When I was chatting to her earlier on today, she says she, yes, looks at the entire biodiversity, but she has a very soft spot for birds in particular. I can't wait for her to talk to us today. So I would like you to just clap for her before I introduce the next candidate. The next candidate is not here, but she said she'll be here in about 2 minutes. She was caught up in traffic. As you all know, we are hosting NAM and G77 in January. So for the tourists, it's that time when you know visitors are coming and you clean up your house in preparation. So they are fixing the roads, and that's creating a lot of traffic and congestion. But she'll be here shortly. I can go on and maybe introduce the other panelist, Andrea Molina, who is going to present Wings of Empowerment, My Journey as a Female Birder in Ecuador. She delves into her personal evolution as a birder. She shares her experiences from discovering a love for birds to overcoming challenges as a female birder in Ecuador. The talk explores the empowerment she gained through her aviation experience, serving as an inspiration for other women in birding. By highlighting the transformative power of nature, Molina encourages women to pursue their interests in birding, fostering a narrative of empowerment and resilience within the avian world. I think there was one of the youth today who said, you know, The stories from yesterday actually inspired her to power on even after she had her baby. You know, when people tell their stories, inspiration comes from all different sorts of facets. So we can't wait to hear from Andrea Molina, who is one of our speakers today. A round of applause for Andrea. The other speaker that will be presenting to us today is Professor Wendy Hall. Professor Wendy Hall is set to captivate participants today with her presentation titled Sharing the Spark. An anthropologist among bird guides, and as a seasoned bird and cultural anthropologist, Professor Hall offers a unique perspective on the intersection of bird guiding and cultural dynamics. Drawing on her own experiences, she delves into the social dimensions of bird guiding, emphasizing the importance of learning, interaction, and community building within this profession. Focusing on East Africa particularly, Professor Hall places contemporary bird guiding in the broader context of human engagement with birds on the continent, shedding light on the historical context of this practice. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Professor Wendy. Our fourth presenter has arrived, and I'm going to ask her to walk up. Ms. Sivitu Msime, please come and join the speakers seated up here. This one is an interesting one. She's my boss. Ms. Sivitu Msime is the chairperson of the Association of Uganda Tour Operators, and she also heads the tourism sector and therefore sits and represents the tourism sector on the board of Private Sector Foundation Uganda, which is how she's my boss. So please, yeah, give her a round of applause. Someone was clapping. If you are youth, can you raise a pen or a paper? Just so that I can see how many youth are in the room. Young people are below 36. Okay. Ah, brilliant. It's almost half of us. Incredible. Miss Tumsime is actually a youth. Yeah. She looks like it. Yeah, you see, yeah, she's rocking the hairstyles and the. So she is a youth. She's there as the representative of tourism on the PSFU board, but she's also, I think she can be your voice of the youth if you speak to her. So we were talking about inspiration and mentorship. She's one of those people, young people. You can also sit on boards, and lead people like us who are older than you. So that is one of our youth representing the tourism sector on the board of PSFU, but she's there from a tourism industry. Her presentation unveils the challenges, opportunities, and triumphs faced in her multifaceted role as a leader, an entrepreneur, a mother, and proprietor of a tour company and lodge. Maurice mentioned Pakuba Lodge. Has anyone here been to Pakuba? You see the proprietor. She's sitting here right before you. Isn't it beautiful? Yeah. And I know Maurice talked about, some of us who get excited about mammals. There's a leopard that lives just 100 meters away from Pakuba Lodge in the ruins. If you've never seen a leopard, Pakuba is a place you go. If you sit there in the evening or go there early in the morning, it actually comes out and looks at you and then goes back and hides. But yeah, that's Pakuba. But they also have amazing birds, goodness. So positioned as a trailblazer, Ms. Tumsime offers valuable insights to empower young women professionals and entrepreneurs. Her narrative serves as a motivational beacon, encouraging resilience, determination in navigating professional and personal complexities. By sharing her experiences, Ms. Tumsime aims to foster a supportive environment for women in the tourism sector, promoting their active participation and leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Ms. Sivi Tumsime. So allow me, now that we've got all our speakers with us, and Professor Ho requested to sit at the back until it's time for her to come and present, which is fine. But allow me to start by inviting Dr. Diana Nalwanga to come and speak to you about empowering women in bird conservation, a call to action for sustainable tourism and biodiversity protection. Welcome, Dr. Diana Nalwanga.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I've been introduced very well, more than I would introduce myself. Yes, and I'm excited to see all of you here. For the past 2 days, I wasn't able to be here in person, but I was following, and it was an exciting moment from the start. And I'm glad you're enjoying this conference, the long-awaited conference. And I'm glad to be part of it as a women birder. So without wasting so much time, I'll add on the introduction that was given to you before. I am Dr. Diana, as she introduced me, and I'll give you a short brief about my journey in birding. It's not part of the presentation, but it's outside the presentation. Actually, my presentation is not so much of birds. I know all the presentations you've been getting are birds, so I decided to move out a little and do more of conservation, conservation of birds, conservation of the environment, but not focusing so much on the birds, but mainly on the woman in the conservation world. So as Diana, I did, my undergraduate was in botany zoology. And at that point, I did everything in biology. Everything from plants, mammals, insects, amphibians, frogs and snakes and snails and fish. At that point, I did everything. And even in my practical world, I went ahead and got experience in most of that. But I am not so sure at what point I completely diverted into birding. To be frank, in all the life, the life on Earth that we have in Uganda, leave the oceans alone. But in Uganda, if you look at the life that we have, most of you will testify that birds are one of the most beautiful things that we have, right? Yes, most of you will testify. So that is one of the ways I got diverted into birding. I loved plants. I loved plants so much. I did a lot of them, but eventually the birds took it all. So when I went I did my master's from the University of Cape Town in South Africa, and even there I did birds. So that was the real beginning of my specialization into birding. And I did birding because I liked it. It's something that you do without being pushed to do it, you know? You go out to do work, to study, but no one is pushing you, but you're pushing yourself because of the love, because of the excitement you're going to get from out there. So I did my MSc, finished still on birds. I did conservation biology, but still focusing on birds. I returned, and then also I did my PhD on the conservation of birds still. There I did conservation in agriculture, conservation of biodiversity in agricultural landscapes. So I was still focusing on birds, but in agriculture, seeing how our livelihoods can be impacted or influenced or modeled by the biodiversity that we have, but focusing still on birds. So from that time, my life became birds. All my work has been in birds. I've worked with Nature Uganda. Nature Uganda is the BirdLife partner in Uganda. For most of my working time, for like 17 years, I've been with Nature Uganda. And it's mainly on bird conservation. I also worked with conservation through public health with Dr. Gladys. She was here. So I also worked with her. And in that direction, I did biodiversity still, but it was on the gorillas and the apes and the bigger mammals. So that was also a nice way to spice up my conservation. And then from there, right now I'm working with EcoTrust. EcoTrust is the Environmental Conservation Trust for Uganda. EcoTrust focuses on empowering smallholder farmers to do restoration as a business. So they do restoration, they plant trees, but as a business. So they plant trees and then they sell the carbon that is sequestered by the trees, and then that's how they make their livelihood. So we promote conservation in that way. So I was also a board member for Uganda Wildlife Authority during the 2016-2020, the COVID period there. And still there, my love, my zeal for conservation still continued. So I've been in birds, basically birds and biodiversity all my working life. I'm a mother of 4. My firstborn is, I can see faces turning, yes. My firstborn is 19. And they've all followed the mother in their love for birds, for nature. So there are missionaries out there trying to spread the gospel of birding, of love for nature in their schools. And I'm so proud of them. And I hope you are all doing that or planning to do that. When you're enjoying birds, do it with your family. Go out with them, enjoy, and there will be the one standing when you're gone, when you're no longer able to enjoy that much or to spread the gospel. As women, we are the mothers of the nation. What we plant is what will grow. So if you don't plant, nothing will grow. So you better plant what you have so that we continue with the conservation of our birds. So my interest is in conservation. Most of you are in birding as a business, as tour guides. I am in birding as a researcher. So that is what actually I'm going to talk about more. And my work is mainly on promoting birds and people. So getting that mix of having birds and people coexist is what I promote, and that's why I want to talk about the conservation of birds, of biodiversity during this talk. When I was given this topic, it's actually very big, and my experience is too wide. So I really contemplated on what I'm going to say and what I'm going to leave out. But I'm just going to give you a little of a little of my experience, and then, we can always talk. So most of it won't be so much science. I'm so scientific, and that is my problem. When they say, Diana, you're going to give a presentation, my first thing is that, I need graphs, I need charts, I need, figures. But then I got this, and I'm like, no, this conference is not for charts and figures. This conference is for testimonies and experience. So that's what I have for you. And so don't expect so much chats from the doctor. It's just a conversation that we are going to have together. this work? Okay, so as the chair told you about, as Grace highlighted, those are the things I'm going to talk about: the role of women in birding, the significance of their contribution to conservation, how fostering gender inclusivity can lead to more sustainable practices, and then a call to action, because we are here to learn. To learn, and then go and do. So that's briefly what I'm going to do. So as many speakers have highlighted, the birding in our days, I started birding in around 2000. That's where I really started to see birding. You know, birding starts like a joke. And that's what I keep on telling people. They asking, you're looking for birds, how are you going to see them? Then I'm like, you look. If you start looking, you'll see them. But some people can't see them. But when you start looking for the birds, you'll see them. When you look at the bird and start saying, okay, what color is it? What is the color of the bill? What is the color? So when I'm talking to my children, I tell them, they say, Mommy, there's a bird here. I tell them, okay, describe it. What is its color? What's the color of the head? What's the color of the bill? What's the color of the feet? And then someone says, how can you really do that? You know how we all started. You start by saying, how will I do it? How will I see it? So in those days when we are starting, the birding was dominated by the male. So as a woman, you're like, that's the men's business. But eventually, things have started changing, and we see more women, as we can see in this conference, that have gained the love, the interest, and the zeal to fight and occupy their space in this industry. And for a woman to be a birder, you practically have to get out of your way as a woman. You can't remain a proper woman the way the women have to behave as princesses. As you know, you sit there and behave like a woman. You have to get out of that kind of life if you are to be a birder. You see, the birders mainly, you will find us in jeans, in very funny shoes, you know, our hair is that way, you know. All we care about is the birding. You don't care about what dress you're going to put on, you know. I'm going to the field and I'm looking for a dress. No, you just go. So many times you can't remain a proper woman if you're going to enjoy birding. You have to get out of that life and go and go. Actually, many times we say you're living like a man. But yes, that's the kind of the world we are living in as birders. And you have to embrace it, enjoy it, and yes, life goes on. So many women were not comfortable at the start because of the life, as I told you, the life that we're supposed to you have to change. And then you're like, will I manage? Will I really manage? How will I have kids when I'm all around, running around? You know, who take care of my children? Who take care of my home? So many times you pull out. You pull out and you're like, let me think about it. But eventually that drive will take you back. So the crazy travels during the training. When we are training, you know, you just jump on any trip. You know, you hear there's this trip and you jump on that one. There's this one and you jump on that one. That's how many of us have learned. You have to have that self-drive. No one is going to come and say, you know, Diana, now, can we go here? You know, now let's go here. If you're in that state, you won't manage to achieve the birding state that you want, that many women have achieved. You have to have that drive. When you hear a trip going this way, I've never been there, no, I have to go here. This one is going, oh, now I have to go to that one as well. So you're always there in that crazy world running around. And that's how you'll be able to learn to go across all around the world, all around the country, and learn the birds that are there. In Uganda is a small country, but it's very unique. Though when you know the birds in Kampala, you might think that I know it all. But you just move 5 kilometers, and then everything is different. So that's the Uganda that we live in. And if you're to manage to enjoy your birding, you need to go out there. You need to be chasing the country and make sure I've been in all the corners of this country, and I can tell the birds in all the corners of this country. So that is the life that we need to live, and that usually is the beginning of the failure of many of us women. Because of those travels, you're leaving your home, you're already married, you're leaving your home every day, you're never there. And the complaints in the home are many. So many of us, if you're not strong, that's where you stop. You're like, you know what? Let me sit and take care of my children. Let me sit and take care of my husband. But you need to be a fighter. You need to know how to balance. And that's why many of us have succeeded. When you don't know how to balance, then there you won't manage. You need to balance your home, your career, your interests, your excitement. You need to balance all of those, so that you get what you need from this. But still, even though we have challenges, the conservation of birds demands the heart of our women, the mother nature. When you throw a man there in conservation, he can't do as much as the woman can do. The woman has that heart that's going to touch many. It's going to touch the nature, but also the people in the areas they are conserving. So we need women in conservation, not only in business, but also in conservation. We need to have women in conservation. So for the role of women in birding, most of the male birders are happy to hear, you hear the bird sit and move on. When they tell us that the brain of a man works in a straight line. They tell us, I'm not saying, but they say, the man's brain works in a straight line. If he has gone to watch birds, if he's looking for this particular bird, he'll move until he finds that bird. The brains of women work in zigzag, in circles, and all over. It keeps on going ahead and coming back and then going sideways. And that's why we are better at conservation, in that you're moving, you're chasing that bird, but you see this one, and you're like, oh, what is this? Oh, there's this plant, what is it? You keep on being diverted. And that's why we are better off at conservation, because we discover. You see something, you look at it, you admire, you really enjoy it. You even go ahead and start a conversation there, and yet for a man, men mean business. And that's why we need the women to discover more, to do more, and encourage others to enjoy the conservation as well. So because of the detail that's in the women, that's why you're so key in conservation. So as you do the tourism, as you do the enjoying of the birds, think about the conservation of the birds that you're enjoying. Women are responsible for the growth of the birding industry. As I told you, when a woman when a group of women is bird watching, it doesn't go the way the men will bird watch. The men, I told you many times, from my experience, the men will see, move on, move on to the next. The woman will see, then enjoy, then bring a conversation there, and the people who started as strangers on a trip will end up as best friends. So the women will always help each other, they will laugh with each other, they will enjoy the trip better. Even after the trip, they will keep their friendships. They will keep on talking to each other. Women talk a lot, but it's beneficial for us, especially in conservation. So we'll keep the groups growing, we'll keep our groups forever, and that's how the birding clubs start. That's how the birding grows. That's how many people are encouraged to come into birding, because of the stories we take, because of our local. So when you go out and tell friends what you saw, this is like this, the man will keep quiet and won't tell even 5 people about what he saw. But the woman will go out and say what they saw out there. So if we continue like that as women, then we are growing this industry. We're encouraging more women to join birding, to join the conservation, and that's what we need. That's what we need for us. Then my next talk is on the significance of the contribution of women to the conservation efforts. as we all know, in our homes back there, the women are the key resource users. Even in the simplest of the communities, the woman will be the one responsible for getting the firewood, for making sure the family has eaten, for making sure we have food to eat today and tomorrow. And many times what's important for us is not important to the men. So the men will care about how much money we have in the house, how much money have I made, and me, even though I don't have money, I have to make sure that my children have eaten. I have to make sure that my children are dressed up, they are warm, they are not sick. So the way we think as women is different from the way men think. And for the resources that we have in our communities, it's mainly the women who are responsible for them. And then the woman will try, the men are concerned about either today or tomorrow. He won't think about both. He will first think, as I told you, they think in a straight line. Sorry about this. I'm not trying to be offensive, but I'm just saying what science says. Yeah, so many times they'll focus on something until they achieve that. And yet a woman will think about everything at the same time. So they have to say, okay, today I'm going to eat beans and rice. What will I eat tomorrow? So for them, they are thinking about the tomorrow, and then they plan, today let me leave this food, and then tomorrow I'll do this. So it's the woman that has to contribute to the decision making, especially if it comes to how are we going to get the food. Can we grow food on this land or the other? What size of the garden we need? So many times a woman should be included in the decision making, especially on the resources. So they'll be the ones who will use the firewood, they need it. The charcoal, it's the women that will determine whether we are using 10 sacks or 1 sack. So we need to be responsible. And the men should be able to give us space to contribute to managing our resources. Women are major managers of sustainable tourism businesses. So while men dominate the resource extraction industry, women dominate the sustainable livelihood businesses. The extraction industries of sand, bricks, those ones are usually men's business, but those are not sustainable. The woman's role in keeping the resources for the future, in saying, okay, we'll manage this forest to give us firewood for 5 years, that's the role of the woman. And she should be given the space to do that. And women should also take that initiative to contribute, to manage, to understand how these resources are used so that they save for the future generations, so that we save for our children. And the indigenous knowledge that the women carry is very vital for sustainable utilization, and it should be exploited. Those old women that we see in the villages know a lot, and we should be their friends. As young women, I saw we have many youth here. Let's learn from our grandparents before they disappear. They have so much knowledge that can help us conserve in the local way, that can manage our resources without depleting them, but us managing them in such a way that we benefit as women in this conservation world. And this one, you all know, train a woman and you train a nation. So as I told you, when you build the capacity of the woman, you're sure that it's going to go to the children and the grandchildren and the neighbor, the next door, and the friends that she's going to meet in church. Women share a lot, and that's why we need to give a lot of information to women to help us spread the gospel, to help us share and build the clubs, especially this women's club that we are promoting. Then how fostering gender inclusivity in conservation can lead to more sustainable practices. So as I said in the previous, what I've said already, women and children are more affected when the resources are depleted. As I said, the woman is responsible for making sure that the children have eaten, the children are healthy, and also making sure that the number of children we have in our homes are what we can manage. The woman has to be empowered to be able to control the number of children they have, to control the resources they use and to make sure that their families are healthy. And so that when anything happens, when, for example, a catastrophe happens, they are not so much affected, that they are already aware of what to do. So the woman should be empowered to care for the future of their households, especially in terms of health and nutrition. So we should be able to do this as women, to help the conservation of our resources, to help the conservation of our nature, but also to take care of our homes and families. So for a call to action, women must contribute to the efforts for sustainable utilization of resources from which they derive their livelihoods. So even though it's tourism in birding, even though it's other tourism livelihoods, for example, crafts, it's all women. Even though it's the home tourism, it's all women. So women should be empowered and they should be encouraged to contribute. Women need to fight for their space in all these businesses. So let's not just sit back and say we are women. As women birders, we're already fighters. By the time you become a birder, you're already a fighter because you've gone through so much to achieve what you've already achieved. Sustainable tourism and biodiversity conservation is a woman's responsibility because women are nature's first respondents to any pandemics and catastrophes. As I told you, when the diseases come, they'll first attack women and children. We are the ones who are at home. When the fires happen, it's the woman, not child, who is affected. I mean, we are like guinea pigs to test whether humans will survive in this environment or not. So we need to be responsible and we need to take that move as women to fight for ourselves, to stand for ourselves, but also to conserve what we have for our future generations. So we need to ensure that women, who are usually the primary custodians, the land managers, the resource users, have an equal voice in decision-making when it comes to sustainable use of natural resources. That one I've already said, but yes, it's a call to action. We know that less than 30% of the world's researchers are women, only 30%. So we need to go there and find out, as I told you, when a woman sees something, she will have to try and find out what is this, do the research about it. Let's go out there and do our research and conserve our environment without losing much of it in our generation for the future generations. So let's empower women in conservation and sustainable resource utilization and safeguard the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Diana Nalwanga, and thank you for keeping time. I'm going to invite our next speaker. Maybe we can follow the initial program and have Ms. Sivitu Msime speak to us. My ask of the speakers is maybe we spend 20-25 minutes on the presentation, so that at the end we allow for about 5 to 10 minutes of questions from the audience. Over to you, Mr. Msime. Welcome.
Thank you, Grace. And thank you for such beautiful words. You know, I didn't even know that about myself. Anyway, thank you. Please allow me to observe protocol. Unfortunately, I do not know the number of people in these rooms, and can you hear me? Yeah, okay, great. So my topic was challenges, opportunities, my experience, and I want to make a disclaimer. I am not a birder. I struggle to see those birds. I don't know how many of you struggle like me. I have tried. There are mornings when I wake up and I hear the chirping of some birds, and then I call Herbert and say, Herbert, I have a bird in my backyard. I just don't know what bird it is. I have a phone full of birds. I have tried, and I have tried for over 10 years, and I think birding is a gift. And I think that if you're lucky and you're blessed to be able to see those birds, please capitalize on your gift, because we all wanted that gift. We didn't get it. I also want to say that all these birds look literally the same. So it's the way you go to see the gorillas and they all look the same. So if you're not gifted in that sense, and please capitalize on this gift. And then, because I've been asked to talk about my experience across board, I particularly want to talk to the young girl today, the youth, the one who started out, the one who thinks that they're about to hit a dead end, the one who's struggling to find their footing in the tourism industry. I was that girl 10 years ago. And so I think that if I talked to you about it, then you'll understand that with resilience, persistence, hard work, integrity, there's nothing that can limit you. So allow me to give you a bit of research. I started working in the tourism industry as a 17-year-old S6 leaver. My mother was in the industry and running a tour outfit. So I did Kimathi Avenue for my entire S6 vacation, and I was paid. It was not free labor, she paid me. Because clearly, as you can see, I'm not the kind of girl that you don't pay. So she paid me. She even paid me to go to the market. So demand your dues, especially those of you who are working with your parents. Please demand that you're paid. So as a 17-year-old girl, I got into the tourism industry because that was the only job available to me. Nobody was willing to hire an underqualified, illiterate, literally illiterate because I didn't know anything about tourism, stubborn, hard-headed girl. And my mother took me on, and then we fought. We fought because I thought things should be done differently. We fought because I wanted to bring some new ideas to a business that she had run for over 10 years. I thought I was the boss with no experience. But therein I learned some lessons. And I learned that in order to get something out of a business, you must put some work into it. And I'm not saying waking up and going to work at 8 o'clock and leaving at 5. No, that's not work. Yeah? Work is overtime, work is late nights, work is early mornings, work is creativity, work is finding gaps that you need to fill in order to make something work optimally. And that was work. And because my mother was not the easiest of mothers, she made me work. And those of you who have worked in a tour outfit, you know that you must answer emails even at 2 a.m. in the morning. And I answered those emails. I learned the hard way that to give a service, you must understand the service. And this is why for birders, it's important that you don't just take out us there because you know that a certain CV cannot see the birds and you make up these birds. Yeah? So you must understand the service and the skill set that you need in order to be able to be the best that you can potentially be in your field. I also understood that the tourism industry is a passionate industry. And I can tell you that even when I left school, I refused to go back to my job, and I went to join the bank. And if you've ever worked in a bank, I don't think there's any other form of slavery than banking, because you do the same thing every day, 9 to 5 p.m., as if you were forced to leave your brain at home. So 3 years into the bank, and don't take jobs lightly. Every job has its experience. I learned discipline, I learned timekeeping, I learned that you must be able to hold when everything around you is falling apart. I learned that you must be able to, if you're being paid for a service, you must give over and above that service. I learned that you're paid to work from 8 to 5, and if you're working before 8 and after 5 in a bank, you're inefficient. That's what my first boss told me. He said, we pay you from 8 to 5. Anything after 5 p.m., you're inefficient. That does not apply to birding. Please do not apply it to your work. I also learned that there's such a thing called a boss, and the boss's word is final. I'm currently exercising that at my current job, so it was a good lesson to learn. Now, I left the bank and went back to school and returned as a 24-year-old with such an opinion on how things should be done that I don't think that the tourism industry could handle me. I went back to the bank, and 1 week later, my dad requested that they sack me. He said, you go and find your mother in the tourism industry and build it. Whatever you're doing in the bank, you can go and do it in the tourism industry. And I came into the tourism industry. It was by force, yeah? And I was being paid well. And I'm giving you my experience so that you understand that it's not rosy for anybody. You actually have to put in the work. It was by force. So I left my job and went to join an industry that I really wasn't passionate about. Like I told you, I couldn't spot the birds. The gorillas were hectic to go and see. You had to trek for hours. It really wasn't my cup of tea. My cup of tea was making money, and that's all I wanted to do. I wanted to make money. And every time I went home and told my dad, this thing is not working for me, he said, it's okay, you work for it. And I said, this tourism thing, I told him, Tata, this tourism thing, you need to find one of your other children to do it. He said, no, you're doing it. And in Africa, you listen to your parents. You have no choice but to listen. So I went back to this tourism thing, and then I met people like Herbert, who were so passionate that I wondered where they found that passion. Like, you know, you're 25 years old, and you're looking for something that will make your blood boil. I want to tell you that I'm in my late 30s, and my blood is boiling from tourism. And my mother threw me in the deep end, Murchison Falls National Park. And every single week, I was on the road to Murchison Falls, 5 hours, to make money, to put things in order, to host people with very little experience, very little knowledge, very little know-how. And I can tell you that almost 12, 13 years later, I don't think that you'd be able to put me in another industry. I have learned that conservation is a passion and it grows on you. I have learned that you may not be able to see the birds, but you can see the stripes of the zebra. I have learned that giraffes across Africa have different skin shades and tones. I have learned that gorillas are as human as you are, and they have feelings, and they are loved, and they love to love. I have learned that for every hour I put in this industry, somebody gets to appreciate Uganda more. I have learned that my hard work has not been put to, I would be struggling if I was still in the bank. I would be struggling. But I've also learned to appreciate a country that I call home. I've learned its offerings. I've learned its beauty. I've learned its hidden gems. I have learned, and I have learned the hard way, because like I told you, I had no interest whatsoever. I have learned the hard way that there's not an easier country to sell than Uganda. But allow me to tell you that this journey of mine came with a couple of challenges. And all of you who are young will understand that the access to finance as a 20, 30-year-old is almost impossible. The interest rates are 21 to 23%, and that's not affordable. It's a recipe to fail. You cannot borrow at 22% and expect to make any money out of that business. So the high interest rates, the access to finance, just finance, asking a 25-year-old to turn up with property worth 1 billion shillings is next to impossible. And I think this is where Grace and PSFU need to come in to find accessible finance to young people who are passionate about their industries. One of the other challenges we had was access to a marketplace, where we relied on Uganda Tourism Board to market Uganda in order for us to sell and bring the business back home. The tables have turned. The private sector is now selling, it's marketing, it's out there, but this has been a 20-year journey. And we hope that you as young people will take it a step further and have Uganda in every country across the world all the 365 days of the year. I have learned that there's a need to intensify efforts on birding and butterflies and cultural tourism to find our niche areas and capitalize on them. I have learned, and especially from Herbert, I don't know whether Herbert is here, but I have learned that if you do something and you're persistent and you're resilient and you're consistent in doing it, it will work. And that is why we are here today, because Herbert's consistency and his persistence and his resilience to put birding at the forefront of Uganda has worked. Thank you, Herbert. And I don't know whether Mr. Biaruhanga, anybody is going to thank you today. So on top of that challenge, allow me to thank you for the challenge that we have in training and capacity building. Thank you for instilling confidence into young ladies and men. Thank you for having a need to get them to make it in life. Herbert has trained thousands. In fact, when he says, I'm off to Lake Mbura, I'm like, again? You're going to train again? He's like, I said, don't you get tired of teaching? And like him, I'm very impatient. If the lion doesn't come, the leopard will. So whatever I see, I appreciate it and move on. So I keep asking Herbert, don't you get tired? And he said, why? And I said, I'm a mother of one child and I'm already being driven nuts. So when you're teaching these many birders, don't you lose it? And he's like, no. So thank you for your patience, for instilling a skill in young ladies and men that will feed them, feed their families, and put a roof over their heads. Thank you for helping us make it. Thank you for your product development knowledge. Your product knowledge, Herbert, is unrivaled, and we want to thank you. I want to tell you that I'm very confident, but when somebody asks me, I'm like, let me first go to my encyclopedia in tourism, and I ask Herbert. So thank you for teaching. He's not only taught the lady birders, he's taught me as well. I keep asking him, Herbert, where do I find this? And he says, you go over here. So tourism is a learning process. And I want to thank you, Herbert, for taking time and effort to get out there and to teach and to skill and to train. And those are three different things. So thank you for teaching, for skilling, and for training. And that doesn't surprise me, Herbert, because birds are great performers. Yeah? And I'm not surprised that as a birder, you are a great performer. Herbert and I, as leaders in this sector, have taken a beating a couple of times, as you know, but he keeps saying to me, we're standing for the right thing, let's push on. And I'm grateful for that. I think you've taken me from the level Grace was talking about, from being youth to being a leader with your help. The opportunities, allow me to delve quickly into the opportunities, and I hope I'm running out of time. Like I said, I'm quite impatient even with speaking. So the opportunities are the new areas for product development. It's not just the birds, it's the butterflies. It's not just the butterflies, it's the lizards. It's not just the lizards, it's the flowers and the plants and the trees in our forest, the medicinal trees in our forest. So there's so many areas that each one of you can capitalize on and make a living out of. I have such a phobia for snakes. Like if I see a snake, I will run faster than any of you in this room. And don't be fooled by the size. I have the energy to do it. And when they called a snake guide here, I was like, I cannot get anywhere near that girl. And that's how I felt. I said, I cannot get anywhere near that bird. And yesterday, I got an email saying, would like to go on a reptile tour. I almost said, no, we won't take you. But I had no choice. And now I have to go back to Hubbard to say, can I have the reptile girl? But there are several areas of product development. Let's not limit it to just the birds and the bees, but let's exploit our areas. And there's so many young people here. Find your niche. Find what works for you. Whether it's the snakes or the birds, whether it's the gorillas, whether it's the primates, whether it's the cats at night, find them. I'll tell you that I'm very passionate about night game drives. They make me happy. Going out in the night, in the wild, to find the eyes of the cat staring at you makes my day, actually my night. So each one of you as a young person should find what works for you and let it get your blood to boil, because that's the only way you'll do it well. Uganda has growth opportunities in the tourism sector. We're the fastest growing tourism sector. And this is time for the youth to take center stage in this sector. Now, like I told you, I'm second generation tourism. I look forward to third generation tourism, and hopefully that generation will hand over to my little girl who is passionate about safaris. As long as she's seated in a car, she's a happy girl. I call her my little gorilla, because you know what a toddler can do to you at 7 years? Similar gorilla behavior. So my little gorilla will take over from somebody in this hall. So if you're going to do it, please do it very well. The world, especially Africa, is embracing women. It's embracing their productivity. It's embracing their ability to nurture. And conservation is part nurturing. So the more women we have in this sector, and I keep hearing people saying that, you know, women don't support other women. I want to tell you that the Private Sector Foundation has a project strictly for women. Growth opportunities for women. You have no excuse. It's not a loan, it's a grant. Pick your pens, write your proposals, take Grace's number and bother her, so that you can get innovative, get money to fund your dreams and your passions, and make it work for tourism. But most importantly, make it work for sustainable tourism. Now, I'm not only a conservationist, and by the way, if you touch my animals, it actually gets violent. Like I want to fight for them. That's how I feel about oil and gas in the national parks. That's how I feel about highways in national parks. That's how I feel when I find a car has run over an animal in the park. I actually feel that you've gotten into my territory and you're harming it. It's a bad thing that I got too attached. But I'm kindly requesting that if you set out to be a birder, please get attached. Get as attached as you can. Make it a way of life. And I can promise you that it will pay off. Now, a lot of you young people are saying, there's no money, there's no money. If you don't believe that there's money in the tourism industry, try the banking sector. If you don't believe that there's money in the tourism industry, try the manufacturing sector, and there are high rates of electricity. If you don't believe that there's money in the tourism industry, take a trip down to Chikubo and see the level of hustle that is down there. I'm living testimony that there's money in the tourism industry. I am living testimony that if you get out of your way to do something well, and that's why I'm here. I'm here to give you hope. Hope that nobody gave me, but hope that came my way. If my parents hadn't insisted, I would be passing your loans to put you in more trouble. Yeah? I want to tell you that nobody told me this when I was getting in. It looked bleak. I didn't see the future, and here I am today. I also want to tell you that it's not an easy ride. And as a young girl, it's not an easy ride. And I don't want to discuss hormones and children. There are times when you will struggle to get up in the morning when you're 9 months pregnant to look for a bird. It will not be easy, but it will be worth it. And I think that you'll be contributing to the beauty of your country, you'll be contributing to your ecosystem, you will be conserving for your children and your children's children. I also want to tell you that this is one of the only countries where you get raw, unadulterated virgin tourism. You might not get that chance when you're 36, 7, 8. You might get the Masai Mara kind of traffic in your national parks. So right now, when you have an opportunity to sell your country as raw and unadulterated, please maximize it. Lastly, to the young people in this room, birds have to fly with their own wings. It's time to find your own wings. And in finding your own wings, you must find what you love to do and do it in the best way you know how. And every day is a learning experience, not just for the young ones, but for all of us. I consider myself old, by the way. Maybe because I've spent half my life hustling. But if you do things with integrity, with discipline, with hard work, I can tell you, you'll see the birds better than I do, but you'll also earn from them. So may God bless you and keep you, and may He shine His light upon you and your birds. Lastly, if you will allow me, because I won't be able to get this opportunity, if you could put your hands together just to acknowledge Mr. Byaruhanga and the work he has put into selling those birds. Thank you. Oh, and thank you, PSFU. You made me so proud with this conference. Thank you, Isabella.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tumsime, for that fantastic presentation. It's my pleasure to, please give her a round of applause. Thank you for that. It's my pleasure to invite our next presenter, Madame Andrea Molena. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Let me start saying that it's a pleasure and an honor to be standing here today. I would like to talk about my presentation, and it is my personal journey as a female birding guide in Ecuador. It is called Wings of Empowerment because that's the way that I feel. I'm going to start introducing the place where I'm coming from. And it feels like it's far, far, far away from here, but on this journey that I've spent in Uganda, I have realized we have lots of similar things and lots of similar experience, even being in a different part of the world. I'm coming from Ecuador, the country in red, which is on the left-hand side of the South American part of the left-hand side of the South American continent. And I'm in between Colombia and Peru. It's painted in red, but it's divided in different bioregions. It is one of the most biodiverse areas I always describe my country like a little summary of all the things that you can find in South America. Different color shows you different bioregions. In blue, you have the coastal part. You have in orange and yellow the Sierra or highlands, these conformed by the Andes, the highest mountains, and the Amazon basin. And our plus is going to be the Galapagos Islands. So moving on, I can also talk a little bit about more of the different ecosystems that are very similar from the ones that I've experienced over here. We also have snow-capped volcanoes, about 60 that are active and are moving around the mountain range, west and east side. And I was always been told that we were the only country with a snow-capped volcano that is crossed by the equator, which I found that is wrong because they also have one here that does the same thing. We have the coastal part, which is really rich in ecosystem with the mangroves around. We have the basin of the Amazon River that I find that it's a sort of African cousin, or well, it's the South American cousin of the Nile. We have also cloud forest, and as I was traveling, I can just compare it with the area of Windy where the gorillas and chimpanzees are. So being so far apart and be so similar at the same time, it's just impressive for me. It's something that I never expected, and I feel blessed to be participating in this conference and in these trips. Just to talk a little bit about numbers, and not to make a competition, but just to keep showing you how similar we are. In Ecuador, we have an official number of 1,673 birds, and you have 1,060, if I'm not wrong. And yes, we're very, very similar. Lots of different families, but the richness of the biodiversity is just overwhelming. Just to give you an idea, in Ecuador, we have an average of 14 species per square mile, and we have count 132 species living in the country, and I will show you some of the hummingbirds that you can see around my place. And compared with our neighbors, Colombia and Peru, that are probably 3 or 4 times bigger than us, we have 3 times more species condensed in specific areas that are distributed in 109 IBAs, important birding areas. These are some of the pictures that I haven't taken during my early years. Please, Jamie, don't take a look on the mistakes that I have there. Well, I quit being a photographer, but it's just to show you a little bit of the biodiversity. This is a combination of good creepers and pitas that are not that colorful like your pita is. The strong harpy eagle, a bunch of tanagers, trogon, toucan and toucanettes, and the very interesting cock of the rock. But I have to say that nowadays as a guide, I have turned it into digiscoping because I found that it is definitely more interesting while I am guiding, and it takes less time. I consider that photography requires a lot of time because you look for perfection there, but it's not your time while you're guiding, it's the time with a group. So value that part thing too. These are some of the hummingbirds that we have in Ecuador. These are amazing jewels. It's the only bird that can fly backwards, and it's one of the main reasons because people feel attracted about South America. And these were videos, but they turned it into the photography. And this is the way that we attract them. Around Ecuador, we have these feeders. Hummingbird feeders are usually using red and yellow colors. That's a kind of resemblances in flowers, so that's why the birds are attracted, and we use a mix of sugar water that just gives the hummingbirds energy, but they still need to go to the flowers to form protein. And next to it, that's some of the activities that we do in some local projects. By holding flowers, first is the color, and second, the nectar that the flower produces that attract them. So talking about this, I would like to go again with the biodiversity of these 2 countries. I've been lucky to join an official tour here in Uganda before the conference. And let me tell you that I found more than 300 species in about 13 days. And that's mostly because the extremely skillful and amazing guide that we had, Prosi. But that number is just impressive for lifers in less than 2 weeks. So going on with this amazing biodiversity, I will go and move with my personal experience in order to become a guide. This is, I kind of show you my home, but now I want to show you the way that I became a guide. Like you, feel really close to all your struggles. We all have experienced similar events. The hard that it gets to going to superior education, university. I had exactly the same things going on in my life, but I have to point out that during my presentation, I'm going to focus more in the opportunities. And just like you, I also had a family that has supported me from day one. I don't have kids and I'm not married, but I still consider my parents and my siblings like my strength. My parents have worked extremely hard to give me the best heritage that they could, and it's education. So after finishing university, it's not that the next day you find a wonderful job. It's not like that. I had a loan to pay, so I started to take lots of different jobs in order to keep going on. But I really value those events because I've been in lots of different sectors in the industry of tourism. I started as a naturalist guide, but I was also leading ziplining trips. I was involved in volunteering projects. I got in contact with foreigners working with communities, either for teaching English or building roads or handrails or trails. So with years, I had a chance to move to an eco-lodge and I started working as naturalist, as a resident guide, working 3 weeks in and having 1 week off, completely out of the city because I'm from Quito, I'm a city girl. And once again, different from you, I have never had this formal training in birding. I just started to become a guide, and I'm a national guide, but it's just a license. It doesn't mean that you are taught at university about birds, about plants, about mountains. No, it's just a very general knowledge. So with experience, you decide which is the branch that you want to follow. And in my case, I decided that that was going to be birding. So the bottom picture shows you my little crew. These are the guys that I started for birding, and they were not all guides. These people were in the same lodge that I was working, and they did housekeeping, they did management, and the other one was the other guide. So we joined together for scouting trips with a little money that we had, and we started traveling first within the most important area for birding in Ecuador, Mindo area. But second, to spread a little bit more away from the surroundings of the borders, where the ecosystem changed them a lot. So these are pictures I have found very early in my years. I don't look like any of those anymore. But this just takes me to a different level. With these experiences, I kept going on. One of my best bird friends, Jorge, the young one that you can see at the pictures, who is not younger anymore. But I met that wonderful gentleman in hat. This is Javier Munoz, is the owner of the very first Ecuadorian company in birding, owned by Ecuadorians and hiring Ecuadorians. I consider himself a personal friend, and he has my admiration and respect. He's the one that has trusted me to take my profession in a different level, trusting me so much that he gave me one of the most important accounts, that is the one coming next, when I could meet. Sorry, I went too ahead. I'm missing one. Well, even if it doesn't show up here, the one that was coming next, it's with Peg Abbott. You know her already because she was here on the stage yesterday. And she has trusted once again so much in me that took me to different countries with her groups. And that means a lot. Thank you very much. It means and reminds me that I'm doing my job well. And once again, I haven't had any experience with that sisterhood that you have here. I'm just amazed, and I really want to let you know that you have my total admiration for the projects that you are running here, for this community that you have created that I have never seen anywhere else. For me, this is my crew. This is my scouting team. They are coming from all different countries, and they are not all birders. I'm talking here about photographers, about researchers, about tour operators, and with them I have the chance to travel in different locations, different ecosystems, different countries, and I have learned a lot from there because this exchange of information is what just increase your knowledge and develop your skills. And this is a different me. This is a more current pictures, and I heard that during these days a lot of about equipment. I wanted to show the equipment that is traveling with me for lots of years. I started with a very cheap but affordable pair of binoculars, and they became my best friends, and with them I learned the beginning of birding, and then I had a sort of upgrade. And those are the ones that have been me for the last 10 years. So Jeff is right when he said that, yeah, it's not, it's a lot of money, but it's not spending money, it's investing in you. My scope is a very old scope, it's a second-handed one, and it's probably 30 years old, but I'm just proud to carry it because it's just me that don't know how much does it cost. Not just in terms of money, but in terms of effort. And here I am with lots of different opportunities, as I said before. Very thankful for Neblina Forest and Naturalist Journey. I've been leading trips in countries like Colombia, Peru, Guyana, and in that country I had a chance to be leading a group as a tour leader, not as a local guide. And I have had the chance to assist a couple to bird conferences, one in the UK, the other one in Brazil, and a third one in Colombia. And these are some of the groups that I have had through the years. These people have been traveling with me for 2, 3, 4, even 5 times. Once again, it just keeps reminding me that there must be something that I'm doing right. We kind of keep in contact with a lot of these people that I really appreciate, and more than clients have become friends. And have been sending me lots of messages and pushing me to do it even better today. So more of the people, different locations. It went too far. I'm missing a lot of pictures over here, which is really sad because the next ones were showing you the women that are involved in my birding development. And they were not all guides. There were lots of women that are managing local projects in Ecuador. As I told you before, we usually have those stations for hummingbird feeders or banana feeders to attract tanagers, hummingbirds, and different species. But the ladies are the one that started that project because it requires of commitment. It's a 24-hour job. And usually the ladies are the ones pushing it down, and then the men or the husbands are the ones that showing all the birds to the groups the next morning. There was also a group of young and older guides that I respect and admire. We are not that many. It is embarrassing, and I consider what Bella said yesterday. We are probably an approximate of 120 bird guides in Ecuador, but from that number, maybe 5 or 4, we are female guides. That is a shocking number compared with the things that I've seen here. So apart from that, I won't like to call this a fact of luck. I will call this a fact of a lot of hard work and to persevere in what you want to reach. So I want to encourage you today to go on. There will be a lot of times that you feel that you are going to fail, and you probably are going to do it, and it's right, because that's part of the process, and you will learn of all those mistakes, and that's going to push you even higher. So don't be afraid about fail, because that's going to bring you even higher, as I mentioned before. And another part is, by showing you these images from my country, if you think that it's really far away and you can never make it, I was that girl one day, and today I'm standing here. I just add a couple of pictures that are gone now from my recent trip. I had the honor to be with Judith in the first day, and then Prosy for the rest of the days on the trip. And you are just amazing. I cannot say enough of you as guides. And because time is short, I want to end up with a little quote that I wrote coming up here. I have become the kind of woman that I always admired as a kid, and that is my biggest achievement. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Please give another round of applause. Yeah, you heard it. Success is not a stroke of luck. There's lots of hard work that goes into it. So as we welcome our next speaker, Professor Wendy Ho, again, please welcome her with a round of applause.
Thank you so much. I am honored to be the final speaker in this final panel at this wonderful event. And I hope that my talk helps bring the first ever International Conference for Women Birders to a good close before we hear the commitments and the takeaways later this morning. So if I could have my slides, please. Unlike many of the other speakers we've heard from, I am not a bird guide, so I can't speak about guiding from personal experience. But I have spent some time during the past 8 years learning from many different people, including some people in this room, about the work that bird guides do. I am an anthropology professor based at St. Lawrence University in the northeastern United States. And in my presentation today, I want to weave together my own story with what I've been learning so far about bird guides. This is a work in progress. I'm still learning. So it would be great to hear from guides afterward about anything I've said that resonates with your experience, or whether I've left out something important or gotten something wrong. So I want to start with the idea of a spark bird. Some birders speak of having a spark bird, the first bird that caught their attention, that made them want to look at that bird more closely, and then inspired them to get binoculars and bird books so they could look at more and more birds more and more closely. The first bird that I remember feeling intrigued by was a gray heron that I saw in a canal in the Netherlands, where my dad worked for a year when I was 12 years old. So I have a picture on the left of the actual canal that I took when my family went back for a visit many years later. And then I found a picture on the internet of a gray heron because I don't actually have a picture of the bird that I saw at the time. When my family got back home to the United States, I asked my parents for a bird book and a small pair of binoculars as birthday gifts. I had a very, very slow learning curve as a birder. I didn't know anyone else who was interested in birds. And when I was doing outdoor activities with family or friends, no one wanted to stop and wait while I was trying to identify a bird. I remember flipping desperately through my bird book, trying to identify a duck or a sparrow while my family or friends kept on moving, and then I would have to give up and run to catch up so that I wouldn't be left behind. In college, I studied abroad in Kenya for 8 months. So I brought my small binoculars and I bought an East African field guide. In 8 months there, I identified a total of 80 species. In Kenya, good birders can see that many species in a single day. But birding is very challenging if your binoculars are not very good and if you don't have any experienced birders to help you, especially with birds like raptors. I can't tell you how many raptors I saw in Kenya that I was unable to identify even after looking at them for a long time. It was only when I was in my mid-20s, when I was in graduate school in Philadelphia, that I learned about organized bird walks. Going out to look at birds with other people who shared my interests and who knew how to identify many different species was a game changer. I learned so many more birds so much more quickly. I bought a better pair of binoculars too, which really helped. It was then that I became a serious birder, an interest I have maintained for 3 decades now. So just like my birding got started with a spark bird, the project I'll be discussing today was inspired by a spark experience. In 2009, I started a new job at St. Lawrence University, which is where I work today. And my university has run a study abroad program in Kenya for 50 years now. Even before I started teaching on our campus in New York, the university used grant money to bring me and some of my colleagues to Kenya so that we could learn about our study abroad program from our colleagues in Kenya. It was a wonderful opportunity for me to see Kenya again, and I decided that when my work in Kenya was finished, I wanted to celebrate getting my new job by going birding in a new country, seeing some new birds, and so I came to Uganda. I invited my father, who had developed a serious passion for birding later in his life, to come with me on a birding tour. And this would be our first ever birding trip with a professional guide. I wanted to support a company based in Uganda, so I did some research online and booked our trip through Bird Uganda Safaris. Paul Tamwenya was our guide. I think many of you know him. And everywhere we went, Paul was approached by young men who wanted to know when the next training for guides would be held, or who gave money to Paul so that he could buy them a bird book to study from, or who shadowed Paul as he guided us so that they could see how he was doing the work. We also saw Paul interacting with a lot of other guides that we met along our tour. On that trip, I could see how more and more Ugandans were developing the skills, building the experience, and acquiring the resources that they needed to work in the birding industry in their country. I found myself wanting to know more about these guides. What led them to pursue such an unusual career? Where and how did they learn the information and skills they needed to succeed? Who mentored them as they developed into professional guides? What kinds of professional networks did they build in the course of their training and work? So I had this Spark experience in 2009, which raised all these questions, but 6 years went by before I was able to start building a fire from that spark. That's because I needed to finish writing my first book, shown here, on a completely different topic, songs composed and performed by Catholic youth in northern Namibia, who had many interesting things to say in their song lyrics about who they were and what they wanted their country to be, less than a decade after Namibia gained its independence from South Africa. Once that book was finished and published in 2014, I was free to start trying to answer the questions that I had about bird guides in East Africa. Before I focus on the project, I want to take a moment to briefly situate contemporary bird guiding in East Africa within a deeper history. I'm drawing from a book called Birders of Africa, History of a Network, in which Professor Nancy Jacobs writes about 3 major stages in the history of relations between birds and people in Africa. Her first chapter focuses on what she calls African vernacular birding traditions. She gives examples of bird names in African languages and of African proverbs and stories which center on birds. She explains how people thought about birds, what they believed about birds, and how they interacted with birds in different African cultures. She writes that in many African cultures, the people who knew the most about birds were boys who hunted them because they paid attention to the appearance and behavior of many different species. The heart of her book, 6 chapters, focuses on the colonial era when African men who had expertise in these vernacular birding traditions linked to hunting were hired by European ornithologists to help them find birds, monitor birds, collect bird specimens, and produce bird skins for study. These men were paid for their work, but it was the European ornithologists who got credit from the international scientific community for the research. And few of them acknowledged the essential contributions of their African assistants. And that's actually Jacob's major aim in the book, is to uncover and recognize the work that these men did. It's important to note that these first 2 eras persist into the present. They are not dead and gone. Many East African guides have given me examples of bird names, bird clan totems, and bird stories that they learned growing up in their home languages and home cultures, and they told me they sometimes share these vernacular traditions with the birders they guide. And a few guides told me about uncomfortable interactions with foreign white guides who hired Black African sight guides or traveling guides for their expertise, but then instructed them to share their sightings quietly with the foreign guide so that that guide could get all the credit from the clients. Fortunately, that behavior seems to be increasingly rare, and what I've mostly been hearing about are international guides and national guides working together collaboratively, each contributing their expertise to the interaction with the clients. The final chapter in her book, titled Birding Revolutions, looks at major changes on the African continent and beyond since the mid-20th century. Among many other revolutions she covers, Jacob discusses the rise of recreational birding. The author of the first high-quality field guide, which came out in 1934, Roger Torrey Peterson, A Guide to the Birds of North America, wrote that field birding is a game, a most absorbing game, as birders enjoy finding, identifying, listing, and observing birds. More and more people wanted to play this game further and further from home, and they needed guides, so the avatourism industry grew. Yet Jacob spends only a few pages on this interesting topic, which leads us to my own project, because there is much more to be written. So to study contemporary bird guiding, I thought it would be a good idea to start by going somewhere with lots of guides in one place. So I headed to the British Bird Fair in 2015, the oldest and largest birding event in the world. Cultural anthropologists like me do research by immersing ourselves into life in a particular place. This is known as participant observation research because it involves both participating and observing. Normally, we spend a year or two living in a particular community, learning the local language, getting to know people, observing and participating in many different aspects of everyday life. And this is what I did in northern Namibia for that first book. At the British Bird Fair, I had 3 days to immerse myself in an event involving hundreds of exhibits and talks and thousands of people. The only reason it was possible is that I already spoke English, I was already familiar with birding, plus I narrowed my focus to the Africa-focused exhibits and Africa-focused talks. After the British Bird Fair, I attended 10 other birding events. Over time, I became more and more involved as a participant, a trajectory that was especially clear at the American Birding Expo, which I attended all 4 years that event was held. During the first expo, I just went around and introduced myself and my project to as many people as I could, but it was only when I returned to the second expo and people recognized me and saw that I was serious that I could then have deeper conversations with people. At the third and fourth expos, I had gotten to know Herbert Byarahanga very well, so I volunteered at his Bird Uganda exhibit, which enabled me to experience the full range of interactions that can take place at a single exhibit, as former clients stopped by to reminisce, potential clients asked lots of different kinds of questions, and other exhibitors greeted Herbert as an old friend or discussed joint tours or plans for future events. The other major method cultural anthropologists use is the open-ended interview, which means that you should ask questions that have lots of different possible answers. So questions like, how did you first get interested in birds? How did you feel guiding your first tour? Tell me about a particularly memorable birding experience, or what do you find challenging about your work? Allow people to think through and talk through their experiences. An open-ended interview should feel like a genuine conversation as the interviewer listens carefully and asks follow-up questions. This is the approach that people use in doing oral history interviews, which some of you may be familiar with. So for this project, I have talked to men and women, I've talked to sight guides and traveling guides, I've talked to guides early in their careers whose first experiences are still fresh in their minds, and to experienced guides who can tell me how guiding has changed over the years. My main focus has been on talking to guides based in Uganda, Kenya, and Rwanda, but for comparative purposes, I've also talked to a dozen guides based in other parts of the world. So in the rest of this presentation, I want to share some of my findings so far. On my birding tour in Uganda in 2009, I did not meet or hear of a single woman guide, although I know Harriet Kamagisha was active at that time, but I didn't meet or hear about her on that tour. So when I returned in 2018, I was surprised and excited to find so many active women guides, especially here in Uganda, and it's been really interesting talking to them as part of this project. So much of what I'm going to say actually applies to both male and female guides, but in honor of our conference, I'm going to draw most of my examples from interviews with female guides, and I will highlight several distinctive experiences of women in the profession, which I heard about. So I want to start with the point that bird guiding is a learning-focused profession. All the guides I spoke with emphasized the importance of learning in their career development. One young guide explained to me that when she went for her very first training, she was expecting to see like 2 birds or 10 birds. She was very surprised to find out that there were over 1,000 species of birds in Uganda. As she discovered, guides based in Uganda or Kenya or Rwanda need to learn how to identify hundreds of species of birds by sight and sound. And they need to know where to find these species, not just where on the map, but they need to know where to look in the habitat to find them. To deliver a high-quality tour, they also need to know how to identify other species like mammals, reptiles, butterflies, trees, plants, and how birds relate to these other species. That is, they should know something about ecology. One guide talked about how inspired she was to see an experienced guide at work because he had an incredible amount of detailed knowledge at his fingertips and he could communicate that information clearly when it was relevant. She said she felt challenged by watching him to be a guide just like him or even better than him. So how do guides learn all this? As a professor who cares deeply about education, I was inspired to hear about the many different forms that learning takes for guides. First, guides told me that they spend time indoors studying on their own. Several enthusiastic young guides told me that they kept their field guide at their bedside so they could consult it on waking up or on going to sleep. Another described her field guide as a Bible, which she studied regularly. She said that early on, when she saw a new bird in the field, she had to look through the entire book from beginning to end, hunting for that one bird. Eventually, she saw how the birds were organized into families, and she could go right to the correct family when she saw a new bird. Others talked about paying for time at an internet cafe or buying data for their smartphones so they could do research online. Bird guides also told me about formal training opportunities, which blend classroom instruction with field experience. I have been impressed by how many training courses have been available in Uganda in particular, thanks to the efforts of Herbert Byaruhanga and other trainers involved. These courses can range from a few days to a few weeks, and in addition to birding and ecology, they cover many important topics like designing and costing itineraries, caring for customers, and driving with tourists. These courses help guides build knowledge and develop skills. Early career guides emphasize the value of the practical information that they get from these courses, which they can apply as they develop their own careers. One experienced guide told me she benefited from repeated trainings over time because in each training, she said, you were reminded of your itinerary, you were reminded of keeping time, you were reminded of your code of conduct as a guide, and she felt that helped her master those fundamentals. In addition to formal training, guides must spend significant time in the field birding. Guides talked about the value of birding alone as they looked for new species they wanted to learn or quietly followed the sound of forest birds to their source. And they talked about the value of birding with peers and mentors who could help them puzzle out what they were seeing or hearing. Many guides told me about birding excursions organized by birding clubs or birding friends, or about training tours supported by companies or organizations like the one that's taking place after this conference. One young guide explained that after excursions with Uganda women birders, we sit somewhere and discuss what we've seen, and we ask the new members to describe what they've learned, their experience, their challenges. This helps new birders reflect on their experiences and get feedback from more experienced birders. More experienced birders sometimes organize small group excursions with colleagues to find rare species like the fox's weaver or the Shelley's crimson wing, so they can learn more about where these desirable birds can be found for their clients. Guides also need to get hands-on experience guiding clients. So another important form of learning occurs when early career guides assist more experienced guides on tour. One experienced guide pointed out to me that there are two different things, learning and getting an opportunity to do. Some guides told me that it's not until you help guide your first tour that you really learn how to do the work. You start getting a sense of the rhythm of a tour. I heard that the very long days on tour can come as a shock to first-time bird guides. And you see how an experienced guide interacts with clients. Student guides also get opportunities to practice their skills and contribute to the tour. They may help find birds for the group, help clients get onto birds, and share information with clients about what they're seeing. Even when guides start leading their own tours, the learning continues. One guide commented that every time you go on tour, there is something new you should learn. And every time you're on a trip, there's something new you learn from the clients themselves. In a book called Transient Workspaces, Zimbabwean historian Clapperton Mavunga describes the work done by Shona-speaking hunters in Zimbabwe in different historical eras. He shows how these hunters learn their craft by working alongside more experienced hunters. They perfect their skills on the spoor, that is, as they are tracking their prey. Like these Shona hunters, bird guides do much of their learning in the field as they bird with their peers, assist more experienced guides, and lead tours of their own. Mavunga describes the culture and society that developed among Shona hunters in Zimbabwe as the professoriate of the hunt. And we can apply this term to bird guides who have developed the professoriate of birding through their sustained efforts to learn about birds and to share what they have learned with others. Many guides emphasize that developing the expertise necessary to join this professoriate of birding takes significant time and effort. The major problem is that you aren't earning money while you're doing this. One guide explained that when she and her colleagues went through training, we realized the opportunity is there, but there are costs, like I have to eat. She added that you must invest in yourself, invest in knowledge, invest in equipment in order to succeed. And she explained that this takes self-discipline as you prioritize this self-investment over other things you might need or want to spend money on. This is also why so many people I spoke with say it requires passion to become a bird guide. You need a genuine passion for birds and birding to sustain you until you learn enough to earn enough to make a living as a guide. Most people who start out on the bird guiding career path soon realize that they aren't well suited for birding or for guiding. Certainly one thing I've learned during this project is I would not be well suited to be a bird guide, or that bird guiding won't deliver the income they hope for easily or quickly. A few among them, however, realize that they have found what they want to do with their lives. In these cases, the spark experience they had during that first excursion or their first training ends up lighting a fire which they work to sustain over time despite the cost. My second point is that bird guiding is a people-focused profession. When I first started this project, I thought of it more as a bird-focused profession. I thought you need to learn and share information about birds and show birds to people. Those are, of course, important dimensions of the work, but I quickly learned from my conversations with guides that the human interactions between bird guides and the birders that are guiding, between bird guides and their colleagues in the industry, and between bird guides and the people who live where they're bringing the birders are really, really important, very central to the work. In fact, some guides told me that the spark which started their journey was not a bird, but a person. They were inspired by hearing a guide speak about their work or by seeing birders interacting in the field. So let's start with the clients. Bird guides need to figure out what kind of birders their clients are. Are they listers, focused on ticking off as many birds as possible? Or do they enjoy learning about ecology and culture while they're watching birds? Do they want to see colorful birds regardless of their rarity? Or do they want to see rare birds regardless of their appearance? How much or how little do they already know about the birds you are showing them? Have they birded before in East Africa? Have they studied their field guide before they came? The real problem comes in when you have a mix of people on a trip with different interests or skill levels. One guide gave me an amusing description of a birding tour she led, which included a serious photographer. And we heard from Jamie Cunningham's talk on Wednesday that bird photographers behave differently than birders. And so this young guide who encountered her first photographer on this tour found that the photographer frequently wanted the car to stop exactly at some certain angle. If the car was even slightly off, the photographer was like, I lost the inspiration. And the guide had to adjust the vehicle. Meanwhile, the other birders are getting impatient. So the guide said it was really challenging to try to figure out how to balance the needs of these different people. Bird guides also need to connect to their clients, not just as birders, but as people. Guides talked about using humor or stories to help birders relax and enjoy the tour. And I heard some good stories about how guides helped manage conflicts between birders on tour. I was at the American Bird Expo in 2017 when two women, a mother and a daughter, came up to talk to Herbert at the Bird Uganda exhibit. They had been on a birding tour in Uganda, and they were hoping Herbert could pass on a message and a gift to their guide. They told us that the mother's sister had gone with them on the tour, so they were three, and the mother and their sister were fighting so much that the sister said, forget it, I can't deal with this anymore, just please buy me a plane ticket home, I'm just leaving this tour. And she asked the guide to buy her the plane ticket, but he managed to calm her down and talk her out of it, not just once, but twice. As a result, the mother and daughter said the guide had saved their tour, had saved their relationship, and he saw them at their worst so that he felt like family to them, and that was really meaningful to them. Besides interacting with clients, national guides also have to build extensive professional networks to sustain their careers. They need to know site guides in the places where they're bringing birders. They need to know other traveling guides working in their own country. And they need to know international guides who are bringing birders to their country. Guides emphasize that joining and participating in associations and clubs, and I've been very impressed by the number of these in Uganda in particular, helps people network, giving guides opportunity to share their experiences, learn from each other, and support each other in various ways. Besides other guides, national guides need to know people working in the tourism industry, such as tour operators who might hire them, or managers running the lodges where they might be bringing birders. And last but definitely not least, they need to know members of local communities in places where they're bringing birders, so it helps to speak the local language and understand the local culture. As one guide put it, you have to have connections in every corner of the country if you're a traveling guide. And of course, female guides are doing all of this work as women, and that makes a difference, as we've been hearing in this conference. Professor Brenda Bunabana, originally from Makerere University, but now at the University of Texas at Austin, did her PhD research on women working in tourism in southwestern Uganda, doing participant observation research and semi-structured interviews. She explains that women in this rural area have more responsibilities at home than men do, and they usually have to get permission from their husbands to work outside the home. Yet she found some women working as community guides because they could schedule their work around their home responsibilities, such as gardening. And she reported that attitudes were shifting as men realized that the income earned by their wives or daughters working in tourism could benefit the whole household. Unlike the women Professor Bunabana studied, women bird guides usually live in town and have a university education. But they told me they still face some issues based on their gender when I talked to them 5 years ago. And we heard about some of those issues still persisting in the panels on Wednesday. One guide told me that when you get to a company and you're looking for a job, sometimes people look at you physically, like me, and they're like, would you manage field work? So they end up diverting you to doing office work because they think maybe you're too weak for the field. Another explained that many people think a woman cannot do what a man does, so they don't really have trust in you until you do a good job. She gave the example of tour operators who didn't trust women as guides until they saw women doing trips and trips and trips and trips, and they've seen recommendations, and they're receiving inquiries asking for women guides. Another guide explained that it's very hard for companies to trust a woman to drive their car. You can go through training and get your license, but when you go to these companies and tell them you drive, they fear giving you their cars, she said. I also heard about many young women who had to stop pursuing a career in guiding when they got married, and I talked to young female guides wondering how they would be able to balance guiding with marriage and motherhood. One guide I spoke to concluded that it takes courage and commitment for women to pursue a career as a guide because it's an unusual choice. These comments all came from conversations I had with guides 5 years ago, and it seems like the attitudes are continuing to change as more and more women prove themselves in the industry as guides and as drivers. And I want to add that although female guides described having to deal with stereotypes held by people in the industry, I really appreciated how the male guides that I spoke to talked about their female colleagues. When I first heard that so many women were taking up birding in Uganda, I wondered perhaps the men would not appreciate the competition. Instead, the male guides I talked to consistently expressed respect for the skills of their female colleagues and talked about them as peers and equals. My final point is about bird guiding as a joyful profession. I've spoken about the professional networks that bird guides have to assemble in order to make their careers work. But the relationships that guides develop with the people in their networks are not just about business. Many guides I spoke with emphasized that they have made real friends through birding and that these friendships with fellow birders are important in their lives. They talked about how much they enjoy excursions with their birding friends, and it's clear from photos on their Facebook feeds that they're having fun together. One guide said that one of the best parts of her job is getting to know people, making friends. It's a happy industry. Many guides spoke about building relationships with fellow guides through associations, clubs, and trainings, and they talked about how welcoming and how helpful more experienced guides were to them when they were getting started. One young guide told me that the behavior of the experienced birders on her first outing was so motivating. They had that connection. Everyone has to see. Everyone has to learn. They kept checking in with her to make sure she could see the birds and to help her learn about them, showing her range maps and descriptions and images in the bird books they carried, and telling her what they knew about migration patterns and feeding behavior. She loved seeing the teamwork of the guides on the outing, the curiosity, the zeal to learn, and she wanted to join that team. One young guide explained that the members of Uganda Women Birders are like sisters, and another said, "It's through Uganda Women Birders that I came into birding. So Uganda Women Birders is my mother of birding." It was also clear from interviews that birding friendships cross national borders as guides build friendships with guides from other countries, and that's something happening right here at this conference. And guides build friendships with international birders, some of whom come back for additional tours, as we just heard from Andrea Molina, with the same guide, or even invite guides to visit them in their home countries. So learning about bird guides over time has helped me build meaningful relationships within the bird guiding community too. When I went to the Cape May Fall Festival in October, my first birding event since the pandemic started, I was thrilled to see people that I had gotten to know years earlier at other events. And I could see how happy people were to see other birding friends they probably hadn't seen in a while. I saw lots of excited greetings, warm smiles, big hugs, and group photos among the exhibitors. And now that I'm back in Uganda again, I'm so excited to see people that I talked to 5 years ago. In fact, one of the great joys for me in doing this project has been the opportunity to spend time with other people who love birding. That's why I titled my talk, Sharing the Spark. My own passion for birding has made it easy for me to connect with guides who share the same passion. We all had some kind of spark experience which launched us into birding, and we all nurtured that spark into a fire. It has been really inspiring for me to see how guides based in East Africa have been developing their companies and marketing their services on the internet and through bird expos, fairs, and festivals. There are now many bird guides, both men and women, working at all levels of the industry here, driven by their passion for birds, for nature, for travel, finding belonging in the international and national communities of bird guides, and with even the most experienced guides still focused on the process of learning to become the best guides they can be, as well as mentoring the next generation of guides in their own process of becoming. So this is what I hope to portray in the book I'm writing, which may end up being the first book to be published about bird guides. There are many, many books about birders. This is just a few, and Behind the Binoculars even has a sequel. There's a few books about ornithologists, but there are no books, to my knowledge, about bird guides. Even this book, titled, which is subtitled A History of Birders and Their Guides, turns out to focus on field guides, the books that birders bring into the field, not on humans who guide birders. So there's definitely a gap that needs to be filled. This is a work in progress. People who talked to me in 2018 may be surprised to find that the book is not finished yet. Unfortunately, it takes many, many years to produce an academic book, and the pandemic, of course, caused a major delay too. I had to learn to teach in new ways. I had to support students who were struggling. My university was struggling. I had a lot of extra service work. So several years went by when I did not have time and energy to write about bird guides. It felt like the fire had died down and there were just a few embers kind of left smoldering on. But in the last year, I've had the time and energy to focus on this again, and there's some topics I need to learn more about. Obviously, the impact of the pandemic on guides has been massive, and so that's something I need to learn about in order to publish this book. Another topic I'd like to learn more about is the relationship between professional bird guiding and bird conservation. So it's been really interesting to me to hear some of the presentations at this conference. And then finally, it's important for me to make sure I'm conveying the perspectives and experiences of bird guides accurately. If something I said here today resonated with you, if it makes sense based on your own experiences and perspectives, I would love to hear about that. If you feel I've gotten something wrong or overlooked something important, I'd love to hear about that too. So even after I've returned home to the United States, I'm happy to talk to anyone about this project by email or phone or Zoom. So thank you so much for listening to me here today. And thank you especially to Mr. Herbert Biahanga for organizing this excellent conference and for inviting me to speak.
I believe we've received a whole free course unit on birding from the professor. A round of applause. A louder one. Thank you very much, Professor He. I would like to open the session to questions from the audience. We will take only the first three in the interest of time. Yes, there's a hand up already. Who's got the mic? Yes? The hand is up here at the front.
Okay. That's Jeff. Okay,
yes,
Jeff.
that's
Jeff
the first hand. There was a second hand on the extreme
Where's the
right.
other hand? All right. Where's the?
On the extreme right.
All right. So we'll start with Jeff. All right.
Do I see a third hand on the left? No? Huh?
Are you set?
On the right again.
There's
this
my
side of the
sister
room.
Olive from on that side.
Okay.
Jeff? All right. Well, basically, I'd like to just say how absolutely overwhelming the entire conference has been. You ladies are so wonderful that it's just fantastic, everything we learned. To Sylvia in particular, I appreciate the praise that you gave Herbert, but I would suggest that you need to look in the mirror. I think we've got another Herbert. Your passion was just overwhelming. We felt your blood boiling. And I thank God that your parents pushed you in a different direction because they've given our community a great gift, and thank you.
Hello, thank you so much for your presentations. I was blown away. They were so inspiring. I have an observation and two questions, if I may. The first observation is that I don't think I've heard anyone speaking about ECOP, and apart from a few comments here and there, like the one Sivi made, and how this project is going to impact biodiversity in protected areas and the lives and the health of the people living around these areas. My first question is, are there any innovations that you know of or any experiences you've had around birding or urban biodiversity and how we can capitalize on it? The second question is regarding indigenous knowledge around birds and conservation relating to this. Are there any projects taking place that's actually capturing in an active way some of this knowledge? And I'd like to quote from the IPEB report and some other UNEP reports. They say, the world's indigenous population comprises some 476 million people living across 90 countries. They manage an estimated 25% of the Earth's land mass, which accounts for 40% of all ecologically intact landscapes. And indigenous people are often better placed than scientists to provide information on local biodiversity and environmental change, and are important contributors to the governance of biodiversity at local and global levels. And how this relates to women, biodiversity loss forces women and girls to spend more time and travel greater distances to collect water, wood for fuel, and animals and plants for food and medicine. Thank you.
Olivia Nakalembe is my name. I'm a journalist that covers tourism-related stories and conversations. My first question is, or concern rather, birding is not largely covered in Uganda's context. Maybe those coming from outside Uganda can interest us with how best we can interest media in Uganda to cover issues related to birding, because it is a niche product in Uganda, and the fact that we have over 1,000 bird species in this country, it definitely has potential, but there's very little or no coverage about it. So how best can journalists in the country cover issues related to birding? Secondly, there's very few tour companies that have actually invested in developing this particular product or even marketing it out there. How best can we interest youngsters to now take on the mantle, to gear their interest in birding? My last question is, many of the marketing campaigns in this country definitely go out for wildlife, but the element of birding has not, in my opinion, been well represented. A birding campaign, a marketing campaign will go out there and there will be only one picture of a bird, but yet the potential is there. Maybe those coming from outside this country can tell us. For example, the lady from Ecuador can tell us, how has your country positioned birding in their campaigns that maybe our policymakers, those in this space of marketing this country, how best can they position this particular product to be out there so that the tour companies that have invested their money in this space can get to reap?
Thanks, Olivia. Grace, with your permission, allow me, first of all, appreciate Olivia. She's doing a great job promoting tourism in this country, and she's the unpaid influencer on social media who continues to tell the Ugandan domestic tourism story. Grace, I'm glad it's you who is moderating this panel. That ECOP question you can also answer. So, Sivi, you agree with me, right? Yes, so that ECOP question is also for you and anyone else on the panel. All right, over to you.
Thank you very much, Maurice. I'd actually asked Dr. Diana to answer it, to answer the question about urban and the impact of urbanization, I think, on biodiversity. Yeah? So maybe if you can give that a shot. And then also you talked about the indigenous people, so I thought you'd be best positioned to respond to that. The one about birding not being largely covered by media, maybe Madam Sivi could also give that a shot, while Andrea also responds to how we can best learn from Ecuador on how to market or interest the masses in birds.
Well, responding to your question, I think we still have a long way to go with Ecuador. The thing is that among the countries in South America, probably Ecuador is one of the richest or the easiest to reach. I mean, it is a shorter distance. The connections with the flights are probably one of the benefits that we have. And because we're a small country, you can easily travel within the country in either a week or 2 weeks and cover lots of different regions. But in terms of media, I think we'll still have a long way to go. We do have a lot of publicity that has been managed by the ministry, but at the same time, there have been a lot of mistakes made through the way, finding that for publicity and birding in Ecuador, they have been used different species that are not even found in the country. But what I can highlight is that lots of these birding companies have taken their time and effort to spread the word that Ecuador is a good destination while they are visiting some other areas. They may be offering new birding sites that are probably easier to reach compared with some other huge countries. So I think it has worked well with Ecuador, and still we have a long way to go. One of the most visited areas in the country are the Galapagos Islands, and it's just recently, maybe 5 or 8 years, that people have realized that it's possible to make a connection with what happens in the continent. So these birding trips are starting recently to be very spread, not just for hardcore birders, but also for different type of lovers of nature that have helped us a lot.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Dr. Nalonga?
Yes, I'll answer the one about the urban birding and the indigenous knowledge and biodiversity of local communities. As you have seen, birding in Uganda is in development, and not many people have been so interested, and the interest is just growing. When I was in Nature Uganda, we were starting several birding programs, and the urban birding is one of them. Nature Uganda does mainly for conservation purposes. They do birding in urban areas. They do birding in Kampala. There are not many species, but they're there. Uganda is rich that everywhere you go, you'll find the birds. Yeah, but there's a program that was starting that was going to focus on urban birding. And urban birding is, in Yuka, I think it's garden birding. So it's a program that encourages birding in the compounds. In wherever you are, you can do your birding. You can just sit in your garden and do the birding, and then record the birds and submit them to Nature Uganda. It was a new program starting. I'm sure they are taking it up, and soon it will be out there. Judith is one of those who was in Nature Uganda, and she's with you. So it's a program. It was starting, but it needs to be pushed. But the push is weak. So that's where we need to jump on the boat and continue such programs that have been initiated. And yes, the women birders need to take that up. Judith is aware, so I'm putting this on her head. It's something interesting. Anyone can bird, and then you just have a database of who is birding where and where they're recording, just in the urban areas. The indigenous knowledge, I talked about this briefly, that we have a rich indigenous knowledge, especially in the local communities. And it's what we use in conservation. I work with communities I did conservation, biodiversity conservation, but I learned community conservation on job, and I work with communities, training them on how to monitor biodiversity, how to utilize biodiversity sustainably, how to take care of their environment to benefit from it. And what we use down there is the indigenous knowledge. You don't take communities to class and you bring a blackboard and all that, but they use the knowledge that they have to conserve what they have and benefit from it. So it's very rich, and yes, we are utilizing it, and community conservation is one of those avenues utilizing the indigenous knowledge. It's very rich, and we need to use it, utilize it further. And the biodiversity conservation by local communities, yes, it's being done. In Mabamba, I'll still refer to Judith. I worked with Judith for a long time. She's one of my babies in conservation, so I'll keep on referring to her. Yes, in Mabamba, Mabamba is one of the closed communities that practice conservation. The communities themselves conserve their own sites. Nature Uganda has a program on important bird area conservation. And the important bird area conservation utilizes the communities in these important bird areas to conserve those communities. So the communities are trained, they're empowered, they're equipped to do conservation of their own habitats, and they benefit from the same habitats. So it's happening, although in some, not all areas, but right now when we have local site guides, normally, as Sivi said, Habitats train these guides. Most of them are now trained. They just need to understand more of what they have in their habitat and then learn to conserve it. Nature Uganda also adds in the conservation bit of training, how to monitor, how to conserve, how to utilize how to utilize their resources in any way, be it crafts, be it making food or sustainable agriculture in these areas so that they benefit from what they are conserving. So most sites also have that. Thank you. I think I've tried to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Msime, if you could respond to the other questions.
Olivia, 10 years ago, the tourism industry didn't have the kind of coverage that it has today. And that's thanks to people like you and arguments that we've had with Maurice. I don't know where Maurice is. We've been fighting. For you, we got you, but we've been fighting with Maurice to put tourism at the forefront of television. But again, I think it goes back to that passion. Olivia, you've traveled this country. You've covered it in terms of tourism. Start recruiting more people to do it, as you were recruited. Yeah? I think tourism is collective effort. Yeah? If you love your country enough, put your best foot forward. Which takes me to Maurice. Maurice, you're not covering us enough. At least cover us the way Sarah is covering us. And the way Soft Power is covering us. Now, Maurice is ED, UBC, but we're not getting that coverage. So we need to have a different conversation on media and the role that it plays. And I think that's a whole new topic for discussion. You can call us back. Right now we are birding. But when you cover tourism, it's important that you cover it in a segmented manner, because all of us believe that Uganda is about cats, lions, leopards, maybe a giraffe or a zebra here and there, and the waterfalls, but that's not it. And I think this is where, Maurice, you need to cover us in bits and pieces, and then put those bits and pieces, put those pieces together to create a bigger puzzle. Yeah? Tourism. I can tell you there are Ugandans that didn't know there was a tourism industry 10 years ago. So we've made a lot of progress, and you are part of that progress, Olivia.
And I think that we need to be intentional about how we sell Uganda and what, we're tired of only hearing rebels and, you know, we're tired. We would like to hear the good side as well to counter some of your not so true stories. In regard to the tour companies doing birding, Olivia, I can tell you that there are so many tour companies that are selling birding. Look at their websites. The only difference is that we all come running to Herbert. I sell birding, but we all come running to Herbert and to Paul. You know, our experienced birders. Like I told you, I cannot see the birds, but that does not stop me from selling them. So we sell Uganda holistically, and then we find the expertise as tour operators to be able to take these clients on safaris. So, Olivia, we're selling birds, eh? We're even selling butterflies, even lizards, yeah? We just need you to come and join us in selling it. And you don't have to make money. No. First we'll make the money, you put us out there for the world to see.
Thank you very much, Madame Tumusiime. Professor, would you like to say something in response to the questions?
Yeah, I can just add something about the marketing, which is the sense I've gotten from attending so many birding events and spending so much time with Herbert Byarahanga, who's always very busy marketing birding in Uganda to people, and talking to birders about how they find out about different trips. There's a big word of mouth component in the birding community. People really are very strongly kind of networked, and they're paying attention to things like site reports or trip reports. So they're looking online to see trip reports that have been produced by guides for specific trips. And when they're deciding where to go, they're kind of looking for all this information, and they're also trying to find out, are there good bird guides where I'm going? Are there people who know what they're doing so that they can help show me these birds? And so Uganda has a lot of things going for it, including a great bird diversity and a fantastic group of very well-trained bird guides. And so I think the word gets out, the word spreads through the birding network, and people see it as a destination. And people have mentioned it is a niche part of the industry. Most people are coming to see other things, but those birders are going to find out about Uganda. And I think the other thing that Herbert has emphasized a number of times is the importance of these fam trips, to bring influencers, people that are important in the birding community, to Uganda, give them an experience, and then we could see on those videos that we're playing at different points during the event, they have a very positive experience and they share that with people they know, and that makes a huge difference too. So I think that kind of word of mouth spreading through networks is very important for marketing this industry.
Have I switched off? Okay. Thank you very much, Professor, for your response. And about ECOP, a lot of studies were done. All the stakeholders were involved across the sectors, from the environment, tourism, communities, and that is why it was intentional to ensure that that pipeline is underground and does not run above the ground to interfere with, the human beings, the communities, the ecosystem above the ground. So with regards to birding, because the pipeline is running underground, this should not interfere with the birds at all. I just wanted to add a point to the marketing, and in response to Olivia's question as well. The fact that we are having an international conference for women birders in Uganda, the first of its kind, is a huge, huge testament to the progress that we are making, one, as a tourism sector, but as a country. So it's huge congratulations to the organizers, to the attendees. Like I mentioned to you, when it stopped raining, we have a full house. So we're all here and we are listening. And the amazing thing, Olivia, maybe you might have joined a little bit late, half of the audience is actually the youth. And that is a huge commitment from the youth to say that they are interested, they are in it, They are ready to explore opportunities, and I am really, really pleased to see the youth in the room actively participating, asking questions, and being part of the conversation. I want to say something else. This gentleman, Herbert, and Herbert, please stand up, because I want to say these things while you're standing up. Stay standing. Sivi mentioned that he has skilled, trained, and recruited a lot of young people into the budding space. He just does not stop at infecting us with his energy about birds, but he has actually created jobs for 540 youth in partnership with MasterCard Foundation and Private Sector Foundation Uganda. There are 540 young people, 90% of whom are female, in birding, in terms of guiding, photography, cultural performances in communities where these birds exist. So I want us to give him a rounding applause for incredibly promoting birds. Thank you for that. Because he's one of the people who is really, really selling and marketing birds. And we are seeing companies that are actually into birds opening up and promoting and photographing and selling birds as one of the best attractions we have in this country. So I think, Olivia, we're on the journey. We're not yet there, but there's more to be done. We hope that this is like one of those propelling opportunities that will take us to the next level. I think that's the questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My time, Grace. I need my time
I
back.
give you back your time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll not allow people to say the last word?
Last word.
Yeah.
Each of them has 30 seconds.
Thank you. So 30 seconds, starting with Professor, your one message to the fantastic audience that has given us their time for the last 2.5 hours. Just one message, and then we'll come through to Sivi and Andrea and Dr. Nalwanga.
I want to thank you all so much. It has been wonderful to be in this room with you for 3 days. I have learned so much from listening to you, and I'm looking forward very much to going back home and doing some writing.
To the young people in this room, use your wings. Use your wings. And see you at the next international conference for women birders, snake guides, reptile. I will attend all those conferences. That's how passionate I am. So see you at the next conference. I will be there without fail, and I also hope that all of you will be there.
Well, for me, one more time to express my total admiration about the path that you have opened for younger generations and for yourselves. And you are clearly showing that not just the future is female, but the present is.
From me, yes, I want to encourage you to continue loving what you're doing, continue having the passion in birding, in nature, and in conservation. And yes, do it with your heart. And as Sivi said, let's meet in the next conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I want to thank the audience for being attentive, for being engaged, for asking questions. Can I ask you to give yourselves a round of applause? And then I'm going to invite you to join me as we thank our cracking speakers, presenters today, for inspiring us, for sharing their wisdom, for sharing their knowledge, for sharing their experiences, and making sure that we are fired up about birds. We've all learned something new today. We are living richer, more knowledgeable, thanks to our amazing presenters. Can you give them a huge round of applause?
All right.
Thank you very much.
So for me, and Herbert, to you, is the least we can give you really is a photograph. So we are going to request you ladies to come to the front, and the cameraman will do the honors of ensuring you're on the calendar for PSFU somewhere in October next year. So please stand.
Maurice, as we come to the front, I
yes.
want to acknowledge the arrival of our Vice Chairperson, Private Sector Foundation, Uganda.
You're doing my job,
Okay,
Grace.
sorry.
That is my part. Yours was to moderate the panel, then I would do that part. I don't know why you want to do my part also. So I know. Ladies, come to the front. Yes, let's get closer. Cameramen, this is why we paid you. Please take very beautiful photos of these wonderful ladies. Can we give them another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? All right. Thank you very much, ladies. So we are going to have a short coffee break. My request is you pick your coffee and return to the room so we can have an early lunch. Again, the reason I'm saying early lunch, I want all the visiting delegates to spend all the dollars they have before they go home. So I need to make sure I open up a lot of their spaces in the afternoon. But two things are going to happen after we come back. So mine was just allow for a quick transition because a couple of things are going to happen and I wanted Judith to prepare. In about 5 to 6, 7 minutes, because mine is request you pick your coffee and come back in the room, Judith will run us through the resolutions of this international conference for women badders. After Judith has run us through the resolutions, we will have a couple of statements from our partners. So we have, for example, Bad Life South Africa that will have 3 minutes to share with us their takeaway notes. Dr. Tonia, Jeff himself here, you'll have 3 minutes, Jeff, don't worry. It's too short. You don't have to worry much. And then I'll invite Habat at that time, who will thank all of you and our partners, the stakeholders. And then Habat will invite our Vice Chair of the Private Sector Foundation Uganda to close this wonderful conference. I know it will be sad seeing you close this. And then after that, we'll have a group photo. And we have a perfect location for all of us to fit in the photo. And then we will close and have lunch. And then immediately handle the farm trips and also the ongoing exhibition at the gardens. So I welcome you to coffee. Pick a cup of coffee very quickly or tea and come back to the room. In about 6, 7 minutes, Judith will be prepared with our resolutions and then we will be able to close. Thank you very much. I am allowing for that coffee. Please pick your coffee. Jeff, pick your, I know you love Ugandan coffee, so you're allowed to pick one more coffee. All right. Quickly, guys. Ushers, ensure in about 6 minutes everyone is back in the room. As Grace said, this room was half empty when we started at 9:05. And by the time her session was concluding, all the tables were full. Quite interesting about our people.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are still in the foyer serving tea and coffee, we would like to start. And I'll ask the ushers to request our delegates to come back into the room. You're welcome to bring your coffee into the room so that we are able to meet the time we have. We only have about 40 minutes to 1, where we will need to have closed. As I mentioned, this closing session will include resolutions from this international conference for women birders here in Uganda. It's been a great conversation over the last 3 days. And after Judith has shared the resolutions, we'll request Dr. Tonia and Jeff to come and share their experience over the last 3 days and give us some quick notes on the way forward. And we will also invite BirdLife South Africa to do the same. And then I'll invite our host, Herbert, who will then invite the Private Sector Foundation Vice Chair to address us. But I also want to prepare Ms. Sharon, who is a key stakeholder for this conversation. And Sharon has been sitting at the back for the entire session. I think from Wednesday I saw her sit at the back. I will request her to say something very shortly before I invite Judith to speak. And I think Judith is still working on the resolution, so clearly she's still a bit busy. So we will make some adjustments on those statements. So CV left me some homework, and CV, I take that, I take it to heart, and I will work on the national broadcaster making available more airtime. What we've agreed with CV is that we will work on a very good concept that we should, with CV's support, find key stakeholders who are able to work on the video production of this content. And then we will provide the airtime. CV, I can commit you will have airtime. What I want from you is support for the production, because we already have great photographers and videographers in the industry. Some are doing really amazing work, and they keep sharing some of their work on the several social media platforms. And I know CV knows a lot of them because they always stay at Pakuba when they're here anyway. So we are happy to work with them, CV, and be able to provide that airtime. All right. So, Herbert, I want to start this conversation, but I'm glad you're back. And I know Judith is working on the resolutions. But I wanted to ask Ms. Sharon, I don't know where she is. She is moved somewhere. I just need to check. Please find Ms. Sharon for me. Herbert, I want to invite her for a minute to come and just share with us. First of all, we really want to appreciate her for supporting this conference. So I want us, as she comes, to say one word or 2 words to us to appreciate her for supporting this conference and for supporting our young women birders. Can you give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And you're allowed to say something about your organization. You're allowed to say something about yourself and your experience in this 3-day conference. She's been probably one of the quietest people at the back there since Wednesday. It was nice to hear you this afternoon.
Wow, I didn't quite expect to be drawn up to speak today, but I'm honored to be here. My name is Cheryl Barker, and yes, I am too. I'm a doctor, but I was a doctor of medical research for many years. This is my first trip to Africa, and I am blown away by how wonderful everything I've seen is. I've been very active in trying to empower women, not just in the US, but in much of Central America also. So I was very honored to help bring some supplies in for Herbert's Women. I have been beyond blown away by being able to be guided by the awesome Prosi. Prosi, you will be my Ugandan sister for the rest of my life. I will be back. I will have a much more serious bird list next time. I'm not part of the 10% that's just a hardcore lister. I am part of the 30% that wants to get my birds, but I also want to be able to influence and help bring what good we can to promote society in general and women in particular. And if there's anything else we can do, please let us know, because there are many of us out there that care a great deal about what happened to you, and we just don't know how to help. Thank you.
Isn't it lovely listening to people who rarely speak? So can we give her another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? All right. So I will change things quite a bit. I know Judith is working on her resolutions. So I will invite Dr. Tonia to come. Doctor, just come share with us. I mean, it's nice hearing honest experiences, and it's nice when we have new visitors in the room and in the country. This clearly will be, you all will be our great ambassadors after this.
Thank you very much. Over this conference, we've heard a diversity of subjects from different stakeholders. We've heard personal stories, we've heard science, economics, conservation, and we've had the chance to interact and network with each other. We've made a lot of contacts. We've had the chance to talk to each other, and I've heard comments in this conference that this is the most useful conference that we've had and the best conference that people have attended. And that's from people who have attended a lot of conferences. So I want to thank you very much, each and every one of you, for attending and for supporting us and for supporting each other. I want to particularly thank Herbert. He's just an amazing inspiration, but I want to thank everybody that was involved in putting us together. It's so professional and so amazing, I just can't believe it. I also want to urge every single one of you not to waste this opportunity. We've forged a bond now, we need to continue. So in Herbert's words, we must do this, we must continue. So I very much look forward to seeing you all at the next conference, which will happen. But let's keep in touch in the meantime. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Can we all give Dr. Tonia another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. All right, so a lot of the time, just like Sivi was sharing, I mean, we have zero experience in birding, but we love to see them. The one thing I always, because I'm in the media space, I always admire about any birder is their equipment. Every time I find somebody with a huge camera, with proper gear, camera gear, it's immediate about the fact that that's a birder. There can never be any other person, because the guy coming to see the gorillas can never carry a huge camera like that. And so the next person to speak is one of those who probably understands this industry better. And Herbert has shared his experience with his very fast binoculars, pairs of binoculars. And I want to invite him because he is a great friend now of the industry and Uganda. And we are now recruiting new ambassadors for Destination Uganda. So we are, we need you to explore Uganda. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Jeff Bolton.
Well, once again, I find myself in the seemingly unusual and perhaps undeserved position of being on this podium. You women have been so inspiring throughout this entire event, and I am one of the people who, as Tonia mentioned, have been over the last 2 decades to most of the largest and most prestigious birding events, and feel the bar has been raised, and I feel very sorry for the next hosts to try and match what you've done here in this inaugural event here in Uganda. So applause to everybody involved. Specifically to a couple of the points, obviously I started as a bird bum, I called myself, not making any money, passion of a labor of love, you know, as a first seasonal field research biologist, then to a bird guide, and now as an optics professional. So I have a kind of unique perspective. Wendy had mentioned earlier in her talk about how her birding experience changed when she upgraded her optics, okay? And I do obviously have a very strong opinion on that as a professional in that industry. And I think it's very important that we work together to try and find a way to get all of the upcoming bird guides here in Uganda better tools. The tools that you have will allow you not only to be more successful, but incorporating spotting scopes will give your guests a better experience and make them want to return and bring their friends with them. And I think we need to find affordable ways to bridge the gap of the expense of this. And I think as COA, at least, I would pledge that we would do everything in our power to do so. I'd like to encourage the ministry to consider ways to waive prohibitive import taxes in the same way that hoteliers and you know, restaurateurs are able to bring in non-competing products that are not found in Uganda without, you know, an oppressive or, you know, overwhelming import tax. And maybe that's done through what we're talking about with the guide licensing, you know, once someone's recognized as a licensed guide to be able to do that. So that's what I've got to offer as an optics professional. I thank you so much for allowing me, again, an unlikely person to be standing on this stage. So thank you for your great hospitality. It's been a great honor being here. Thank you.
I like where you closed off, Jeff, and I think I'll have you and CV. Like she said, she may look very humble and very kind, but she's very tough inside there. And if you want any key stakeholder to support the conversation around the tax incentives, especially on equipment, CV is your right hand. She has a great experience on getting a tourist van into the country and what you have to go through to get it registered as a tourist van, and we have a tax incentive for that. You don't pay import tax on that. But there must be specifics on the vehicle. There's things that you must have on the vehicle before they give you that. And CV did spend quite some days at URA trying to convince them that she needed the tax waiver on her vehicle, until she had to physically drive it to the URA. And so that's how powerful she is. But I think when we talk about the tax incentives on equipment, especially for registered wildlife and birding photographers and videographers, I think that can be done, CV. And there should be an incentive we should be able to get for anybody in the industry, especially our young girls and women who are in the industry. That we can work on. CV, I'll give you airtime also for that one if you want to talk to government about it. All right. We are still talking experiences. BirdLife South Africa. Please come and share. I did see, yes, she's seated there. Please come. Again, this is an opportunity for us to get you in your full gear today while you're at it. And this has really been a great session. For every time I've turned around in the foyer, everyone has been trying to get a contact with this wonderful lady. And of course, that means we're building partnerships in these meetings. You're most welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Yo. I didn't know I was going to speak, but I feel like I have been hijacked, which is something I should be used to. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Nandi from BirdLife South Africa, and Herbert asked me to just speak a little bit about BirdLife South Africa. You would have heard from Akidi's presentation. We are part of the international partnership of BirdLife International, and our vision is, of course, to conserve birds in their natural habitat and their habitat. So I feel very honored to be part of this conference because in BirdLife South Africa, I'm heading up the Empowering People program, which is a program that's focused on uplifting livelihoods and transforming the AV tourism industry in South Africa. And we have a community bird guide project where we train community members to become nature guides in their communities. And of course, Pindile is one of our graduates of that project, and that's why she's here and she's done so well for herself. So I'm very inspired by all the stories that I heard from the ladies that have shared. I think it was so brave, and we definitely need to have this conference and to need to have this platform as women in the space, because there's so many lessons that we can learn from each other. There's so many shared experiences that we can take home. And so I think I want to end with a message. As I was listening through these 3 days of this conference, an African proverb just kept on coming to my mind, you know, that's saying that you want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go far, you go together. And I really believe that we can go together as if we, you know, work together as a continent, because we've got so many similarities and so much diversity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nandi, and your team, Team South Africa, that is here for the conference. This was really about the women in the budding industry. So all the women in the budding industry, please stand. Men, remain seated. This was really about the women, so stand. I want us to appreciate, and this is where the men will clap. This is only us clapping for all the women. All the women in the budding industry, please stand. Now we are going to appreciate you. Can we give them a warm hand clap? All right, so remain standing, remain standing. Okay, just remain standing, because those of you who are already standing, you're in the industry. If you're a lady and you're in this room and you've taken a picture of a bird, you can join the rest of us and stand. If you're a lady in the room and you've taken a bird on your phone, it doesn't matter, you have a small camera at home and you've taken a picture of one bird at least in your life, please stand. Because we are recruiting women birders. Can we give everyone a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? All right. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. I am trying to recruit as many women birders. So as long as you've taken one bird on your phone, that's okay. That's all right. It starts there. And as they were telling Olivia earlier, it starts with you. Yeah. And Sivim and myself are going to recruit more women birders. Yeah, because we want to go into the camp and the parks and find really experienced women who do not have to look at the bird book and ask themselves, which one is this? Which family is this? That's what we do when we go to the park, all of us. We are checking on the... So now Google has helped us. So you take the picture and ask Google. All right. I need to invite the chair of the Ugandan Women Birders. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me Mr. Judith Mirembe. Miss Judith. Gosh. And she's, oh, Mrs., sorry. See, I agree. All right, she has our resolutions. This team is difficult.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. Good afternoon. So Maurice says Miss, others say Mrs., others say Judith. So I have one of my housemates. His name is Alex. He's a photographer. Yeah, a lot of things have been said. Deo says ahead of every successful woman is a man. Others say besides every successful woman is a man. Others say behind every successful man is a woman. So women and men, Davis is asking which is which. So it doesn't matter. What matters is that we are growing together. So the International Conference of Women Birders is an idea that was born out of the Uganda Women Birders Club, which was started in 2013 in May, and we have grown. So we are celebrating today. I would like to congratulate all the people in the room upon a successful event. And and we look forward to more successes. So the objectives of the conference, but they're not limited to these. The first of them was sharing stories from the different women across the world. We were looking at mentoring the young women that are coming into the industry. We looked at networking and building partnerships, and I believe that we have achieved all of them. If not all of them, at least 99.1%. Thank you very much for all your collaborations. So I'll start off with a few quotations that so I am very good at taking notes, but for this meeting, it was very hard to take notes because you had to look at the face and study the emotions. So I might have skipped out some of them. In case I skip anything, like you heard, Diana called me a baby, so I'm a baby in conservation. I am a baby in bird watching. I am a baby in tourism enterprises. In case I make anything, babies are always forgiven, right? So just to start it off, birds have to fly with their own wings, and you must find your wings. Work is finding gaps to fill, and you must find that gap. Women bring talent, traits, and tenacity. Challenges exist, but you must rise and thrive. It's more than birds. It's butterflies, culture, food, reptiles, smiles, dance, and many others that make a memorable trip. Some of the resolutions that we came up. Oh, I've forgotten this one. Passion is the biggest driver for success. Some of the resolutions and commitments that we came up, in no particular order: regional outreaches to increase the number of women birders. And some of these are not limited to only the women. Please, the men, join us and we take this mantle on. Infrastructure development. This was the roads connecting to the protected areas or to the birding areas. So these are roads within and outside protected areas, as well as structures like canopy towers, trails, boardwalks, and all these to enhance the birding experience. The other commitment was supporting women-led businesses, and that the support is available. This is in form of grants and loans. This is from the Private Sector Foundation, Uganda, the European Union, and they went ahead to invite us for a business forum in March 5th to 7th, 2024. We were also urged to bridge the gap between women and men in conservation, highlighting that there are only 30%. And I, as the chairperson of the Uganda Women Birders, I'm already doing this. I've introduced a number of women to the crazy world of research. You wear gumboots for the whole day. The sun will hit you. Sometimes the rivers are overflowing, and you have to walk regardless of whether the water is entering your gumboots, but you do it because you're passionate. There are already a number of women that have joined the bandwagon in research. There is Abia. I think I've also introduced Daphne, and I was looking to take someone else to see what else they can do to conserve birds, not just tourism. There is extensive marketing in source markets. UTB, Sophie from UTB highlighted some of the fairs and festivals, and they pledged to support. We got support from Kowa Optics and the international guests, Naturalist Journeys, Inala Tours, and they've all promised that we shall never lack. As of today, I think I have a right to declare Uganda Women Birders as the ambassadors of Kowa Optics. It's the little that we can do to appreciate what Kowa has done for us, because every 2 years we have been receiving binoculars from COA. We received telescopes, and I know Jeff promised, he asked me for a wish list of the number of women that needed telescopes, because telescopes, as you grow professionally, they enhance the experience. The other resolution, we're looking at involvement and engagement of community, especially in bird watching. You've all enjoyed, all the bird watchers that are here, you've enjoyed the experience that is created by CAFRED. CAFRED is a Chivale Association for Rural Development, for Rural and Economic Development. You've all enjoyed that walk on the boardwalk. And sometimes these communities, they lack and they need our support in forms of donations, in forms of tips. And I urge all of you to always give back to community, because the community is always the decision maker. And then training and capacity building, that is also one of the resolutions. So training does not stop, it goes on and on and on. I think that is all. In case I've forgotten anything, I think I'm still within the time, so you can just randomly raise your hands and I'll take hands from whichever side so that we can beef up the resolutions. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Uganda Women Birders, on my own behalf, on behalf of the birding community, I would like to thank all of you for making it today. It's been 3 days, 3 busy days, intensive as it was, but you've come in big numbers. I'll say it again, this is the biggest audience I've ever had to speak to. Thank you very much, and I would like to congratulate the board. This was really a lot of work. Thank you very much. So just before I leave again, sometimes I keep forgetting, I would like to congratulate the lovely ladies that welcomed us. They're all women birders, they are practicing. Please give them a huge hand of applause. They should actually come in front and you see their faces so that when they come to your offices asking for that job, you don't hesitate. Ladies, please come. Ladies, please come. I would like again to sincerely thank these ladies, the young ladies, for committing their time and doing what they've done for us. Personally, by the time I walked in the morning, I had been really, really busy. I didn't know what to expect, and I did not know how we were going to walk into the rooms, but finding these ladies and smiling at us, it was really, really, really welcoming. Thank you very much, ladies, and I'm so proud of you.
All right. I think every morning when we came, there was quite, refreshing atmosphere when you found these ladies. They were always smiling, huge smiles, beaming and excited. And then I remembered one thing that was happening. First of all, this was a women's conference. But then I discovered there was an art to this, and I was talking, I think, to Mwanje and the team. The ladies were always the first people to take the brewed coffee. Always the first people to take the brewed coffee. So I see you get it. All right. So the thing is that when you came in, the energy you got, the first impression you got the moment you walked in was these really exciting and excited young women. But then I remembered it's what the Ugandan coffee does to you. And Jeff has been as excited as he is since Wednesday. So that's how it explains the experience with the Ugandan ladies. But I really want to appreciate the young girls who've looked after us over the last few days, and we want to appreciate you. All right, so the big speeches are done, and I want to invite the man who's brought us here, Mr. Herbert. Herbert Biarhanga has, I mean, Jeff said everything we needed to say, and all the speakers did thank you, Herbert. For me, I'll just thank you for inviting me to share this moment with wonderful women badders. That is really what I'm going to thank you for. The rest is for the others to say about you.
Thank you, Maurice. I want to begin by thanking Maurice for accepting on a phone call, on a message, to come and be with us. You know, he's an expert, he's a national person, he has a big responsibility in this country to come and become an MC without a single penny. Maurice, I thank you very much. I will take you for a budding holiday. And yes? They're giving him a free holiday from Pakuba Lodge, where we always meet. I don't have a lot of work here, but just a few words, because mine will never end, so I want to limit myself. I want to first appreciate Sivito Musime. She is a politician who is not loud, but very thorough. She is a researcher. For a long time, I was struggling with the sector because I've been the head for some time, dropped. But I was trying to make people understand what we are trying to get to. But she came in and I was worried because of people talking about negative things about her. She's young, she's noisy, she's what. But later I said, wait a minute, let me listen carefully. I listened to her and I found out that she's the person we needed. And I made a fantastic nomination to get her into that top apex body. And I can tell you, the sector is very active. We are here because of her. And she was able to be given a good position in the PSFU circles. She runs the lodge. She came in as a young person and she started running a lodge. And I can tell you, she's a strategist. Every tourist guide goes to the lodge. There's no level of high-end, low-end. You are all guests. You eat together. You do everything together. And all the other lodges around, they're asking, but who is this woman? What method does she use? How does she make money? How does she feed everybody? She's like, it is our lodge. Please sleep, eat, and be happy. I don't know whether she makes profits or not, but that is very rare. Another thing about this lady, as I finish, she reads details. Everything we want to talk about, you just send it to her. If you know you are lazy, because you know Africans don't read details in there. The Americans say, pay attention to the details between the lines, a source of wisdom. She knows it. So every time she sends me something, I can't take it, just look at it. I have to also read and say, what does she want me to do? She will never make a mistake. If she goes into an argument, she understands. That's why our sector is now connected, united, because we have powerful women in it. Thank you, CV. I know you've talked about me, but I will not, let me stop there because you know what you can do for us. I want to thank another woman who is just upcoming with a lot of commitment to helping others. She's called Abuol in their culture, Panthera Africa. Where is she? You know her? Yeah, first come here. In 2 years, she has won about 4 awards. One was in Nigeria, one was US Embassy, one was because of her commitment to helping other women. Please come. She's not known to many people, but she was following me on my Facebook page, and she's like, I must work like this guy. And she invited me, and I couldn't believe it, but she's so passionate about helping other women. I don't think she makes any money. I don't know where she gets money from, But all of a sudden, she was going to Nigeria, West Africa. What has happened? They have invited me because of my work. Please, just say hello.
I'm a very shy soul. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Violet Komhendo, and I am the CEO of Africa Panthera Safaris, a female-led tour company. I'm even shaking, like I'm so surprised that I've been called out. I'm in tourism. I just love tourism. I'm just passionate about tourism. I'm passionate about seeing women grow. Whatever I do is for the ladies. Herbert, Herbert, thank you so much for always guiding me, for always being there to support me. Overwhelmed. Happy to be here. All the best.
Thank you very much. Recently, she invited us to go and have a day in Queen Elizabeth National Park with many ladies from Fort Portal area. And she's really very, very committed. I really appreciate that. To me, it is a moment of happiness that what we've been thinking about for many years has come to be a reality. It's been a thought. How shall we get there? Can we have this? Can we have Uganda also seen as a budding destination? What about involvement of women? We've worked with all these ladies all the time. It's a difficult society, African traditional society. A man standing with a woman, it becomes an issue, but we stood strong. And these girls are very strong. You had them here. They mean what they're talking about. We are all determined. When I say we are all determined, both, like Judith said, men and women, we want to get there. We don't want to see Uganda in isolation. We want to see East Africa. We want to see Africa working together. We want to see the whole world working together. It is our unified effort that will help us achieve our dreams. Empowering women is not by words. The women must have income. They must have money. If my mother didn't have some sort of income, if I told you my story, most of you would just weep and go away. But she had to make sure this boy gets educated through what? Other means. So if women have money, have resources, the world is powered. The homes will be empowered, will not die poor. Because the women will make sure their children go to school. They will make sure, if you tell them, please protect the wildlife, they will do it. If you tell them plant trees, somebody was talking about, I know PSFU has a big program to support, to start planting trees. Let's look at these women in rural areas, around protected areas. They will be the best agents. I am proud to be associated with PSFU. I was a board member some time back, but I'm very proud that the tourism sector is now among the 13 sectors PSFU supports. I'm extremely proud about PSFU for putting their foot on the ground and say, we must support tourism. We must support tourism. If they didn't come and play, you wouldn't be here. One small lady who's seated there, that young lady there, please just put up your head and see you. No, please come. Let me tell you, I don't want to make big speeches, but I must appreciate these people. Now, she's a junior officer. She's a junior officer, but she is this lady whom you will talk to at 2 a.m. I am working on this thing. The first day we came here, we sat there together at around 1 a.m. Are we going to have this done? She's like, I will sleep here. She told me, I'm going to sleep here. We must have it done. She can weep tears. She can look around. She can knock on every door. We must have this done. We must have this done. Isabella, we appreciate you. Can you say, greet them, this is Howard. Just say hello to them.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for attending this for the 3 days. I'm really happy and overwhelmed by the numbers. Having a full house for 3 days is an immense achievement. So I am thankful to you as the participants more than anything.
I run a company, Bad Uganda Safaris, which I rarely talk about. I am the power behind it, but we got a project a few years ago with PSFU in the lead farm structure. We've been training people. We are even now training many more, 70% of women. So it was kind of a push and we really appreciate this, and she's in charge of our work. Without PSF, you would have really had problems with this project. But they have been with us. The board, the power behind all the board is so powerful. They are very, very thorough. They are very critical. The new board at PSF, like I said, there is CV, there is the vice chair, there are other people. They pay attention to details, and that's why you see the Private Sector Foundation has come out to say private sector must grow. The growth of business is their mission. And I can tell you, we appreciate this. The friends who have come from abroad, friends who have come from America, from South America. Yesterday I made a mistake and forgot to talk about Andrea. She guided me in 2017 when I was in Ecuador. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much. You have committed your time, given us expensive equipment, which takes us many years to buy. These ladies are very, very, very happy. I've been talking to them. I slept at 2 a.m. They are all very happy that now we can run training programs. We can go out in the field. We can also record. When I was in Colombia, they did this what we call the Global Big Day. It was everywhere, everywhere. Then I looked at my country. I said, how can we get everybody to do this? Now we are coming there. Next year, we are going to be seen as a destination, and because of this equipment we have here. 2 years ago, Uganda appeared to be among the top budding destinations on the Global Big Day because of Prosi Nanyombi. She posted bird number 5,000, and before we knew it, everybody around the world, bird number 5,000 is from Uganda. Who has done it? Prosi. I started looking at who is this one. Then I thought, oh, it's our own Prosi. She's a forest bird. She's a forest girl. She knows all the calls, all the birds in the forest. To all of you from the tourism sector, conservation area, no, before I go that, Nature Uganda has been here for a long time, BirdLife partner. They are the reasons I went to South Africa in 2001 to train as a trainer under BirdLife International, and I was in a place called the Wakestrum through BirdLife South Africa. I have my OG there, Findi. They trained us for a month, and when I came back, I said, no, now it's going to be a different Uganda. And we really appreciate Nature Uganda so much, and BirdLife International, BirdLife South Africa for supporting us. And this is the result from 2001 that they said we must have Africa partners working together. Thank you very much, BirdLife South Africa. Let us create jobs. Madam Vice Chair of PSFU, let this be a beginning of creating jobs through these women. Let us work hard and create jobs. Occupations are very, very important. We need to make sure that every service provided is accounted for through a skills system. If you are a bird guide, I don't mean BAD, BIRD, you are qualified so that you earn money that is documented. When I talked about this a few years ago, people thought I'm going to create taxes for the private sector. I got so many people hating me. I said, that is temporary hatred. It's okay. But now people have been assessed. They have their certificates. They have their licenses from Uganda Tourism Board. They are assured of payments. There's no tour operator from today or from the other day who is going to employ a guide without giving a contract because they know it is illegal. All these female birders you see here, they are very confident and they are going to be employed properly. Their money will be paid very well. There's no more harassment they were talking about. It cannot be there anymore because the law now appreciates the role they play. I want to thank, in particular, Peg Abbott from Naturalist Journeys. During the COVID-19, at the apex, I was in my village I said, what are we going to do to these people around the villages in Bwindi? I said, what can I do? I went on my Facebook page and said, anybody to support us, and we help these local guides in these areas, including us, of course, we're all in the village also. She mobilized people. We got about $20,000. She was sending money, firing it. I went to Bwindi, I went to Kisoro, I went everywhere, supplying posho, supplying beans, and she did not stop. So many things have happened. The lady who was here is her client. She's been spreading all over the world, and she has even mobilized money to train 8 of these ladies here. From tomorrow, they are in training, going to Sipi Falls, Pianope, up to Kidepo. And she has also offered an opportunity for our girls to sit in a plane from Kidepo to Entebbe. Very powerful lady. She's now among the top 3 budding companies in the United States because she runs tours around the world. Unfortunately, the best thing Ugandans must learn, East Africans must learn, she's a guide. She's a guide. In Uganda, people say when you are a guide, when you become a tour operator, you have become another rank. Therefore, you are a general, you cannot become a guide anymore. I think that's a very bad narrative. We should be able to understand. You can become a professional and you run your business. I've always asked you, if you are a teacher, can't you run a school? If you are a doctor, can't you run a clinic or a hospital? Thank you, Peg. We love you so much. I thank everybody for coming. Thank you for being with us. And I must thank Peter Mwanja from Last Events Warehouse for working hard. People have been coming here, you saw. Every day looks different. Did you see that? Every day has the different design. Last night I was seated with Sarah. We left here at 10:30. It was nothing. It was the same, all white. This morning coming here at 7, it was all different. These guys work at night. Thank you very much, you people. What fantastic. We are proud of you. You have made us proud. We have become very international, and that's excellent. Allow me to take this opportunity to invite my friend, the chairperson, the vice chairperson of Private Sector Foundation, to come and close this convention. But before she comes, after this, we shall have a photo here with her of the East African women badders, then another one for African women badders, and then global. So we can do African and then global. Then after that, we shall go outside to have a photo for all of us at the entrance of Sheraton so that we are able to make a signature photograph to put in your books as we count history. Sarah, you are welcome to come and address people. Now, as she walks here, Sarah is one of the most brilliant people, a guild president of the most brilliant university, Makerere University. She runs the Soft Power social media platform, which has been leading and leading award. Yesterday, she even got another award. She's soft-spoken, very thorough, very brilliant woman. You can never quarrel with her. She will look at you. If she realizes you are going to quarrel, she can disappear. But if she strikes like a leopard, you don't believe what she will have told you. Thank you, Sarah. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sarah Kajingo, like you've heard, the Vice Chair of Private Sector Foundation, and privileged to chair the People, Culture and Sustainability Committee, and where Sivitu Msime is a member, and as you have already been told, the chair lady of the Association of the Tour Operators, but also the representative of tourism on the board of PSFU. So, friends, I'm very, very excited. Yesterday, I came here because we had several concurrent events to welcome you on behalf of the Board of Private Sector Foundation, and I made some friends. I met Andrea from Ecuador, I met Bella from China, I met Jamie from US, but the one thing they all told me is that they feel very welcome in Uganda. And a round of applause to Uganda. Thank you very much, and welcome all of you to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Now, this morning, we had an event convened in partnership with UNDP and the European Union on the Gender Equality Seal. So at Private Sector Foundation, we value gender equality. And we have already, updated our HR manuals. Our C-suite, the lady you saw speaking here, Grace, and another, are part of the C-suite of Private Sector Foundation, because we know that it's not only the right thing to do, but it makes business sense to have a gender equitable organization. So I'm very, very excited. We have also been recognized. We sat the exams and passed them as Private Sector Foundation. But we are here today for tourism, for birding, and how befitting the theme is empowering women for eco birding world. Birding is virgin in Uganda, and I hope that the ladies listening to us outside there can create themselves a niche in birding, open businesses. We are happy to partner with the government of the Republic of Uganda to co-implement GROW, a project funded by the invest in this virgin business, in this virgin sector of birding, open up businesses. We will be able to support you at PSFU. Recently, Sivi and I took a team of over 20 women tour operators to the World Travel Market, thanks to GROW, thanks to Private Sector Foundation. And our chair, Humphrey Nzei, said, no, that's an event for women. Please just go there and tell them to fly. May the women birders fly. May you continue to thrive. He sends you his greetings. He had another business commitment and the entire board of PSFU. So our commitment as PSFU is that we will continue to support you, but also to contribute to shaping policies in the country that grow birding, that grow tourism. And tourism is very beautiful. Tourism revitalizes, it invigorates. So it's a nice thing to do. I congratulate you, Herbert, on a successful event. Herbert is a very brilliant mind. He has made immense contribution to the positioning Uganda as a bird destination. I think he has stepped out, but we really do congratulate him. Judith has summarized this, and I can see all of you are looking forward to experience Uganda's hospitality. I have just one singular role to do to close this session, but before I do, I welcome you to experience Uganda's diverse culture, to watch birds all over the country. Everywhere you go, there is a bird. To enjoy Uganda's nightlife, we are the entertainment capital of East Africa. So please feel very, very welcome from us. We are very, very excited to have sponsored this event, to have partnered with Bird Uganda Safaris on this inaugural birding conference for Uganda. But they are the unsung heroes who execute these conferences. Isabella, please come back. Sivi, please join me. Isabella is our business and tourism specialist. And because we are keen on dignified jobs for young people, and especially young women, we have partnered with MasterCard Foundation on creating decent work. And so far, under the lead farm structure where she serves, we have cumulatively created 416,000 jobs, both directly and indirectly. So this is to just provoke you, women birders, please step your act up, write to us, approach us. CV and Isabella will be happy to handhold you. And with those few remarks, I declare the inaugural International Conference of Women Birders closed and welcome you to experience Uganda's hospitality.
All right. So, first of all, can we appreciate the Private Sector Foundation for supporting the women birders? Please send our love, Sarah, to PSFU and the entire team. They just held their AGM, and they've been quite busy in the last few days, so we're really glad that you could find time, because even this morning you're at another activity. So the very first photo is Herbert. Whoever has Herbert should release him. You know, ushers I'm sure they're not birds, or he could have had some sound, and he's following the bird. So can we have the East African birders, the women birders, please come. The very first photo is for the East African women birders. At least I know the category was East Africa, then Africa, then global, okay? So East Africa, make your way. As we do that, I want to introduce Martha. Those of you who know Martha, Martha has a very nice photo book. Please buy a copy, it's just $20. There is a calendar too. And all the photographs in the photo book were taken by her. So she's a really great photographer and birder. So yes, that's the book. Yes, there you go. I'm glad Sivi is asking. She's the one with the most money in this room after Kajingo. Among the Ugandan investors, she's our lead investor here. The other one is Betty there, Mburara. You also take a photo book to Betty. She's there, she's there. Yes, you must take a photo book to Miss Betty there. Mburara has to have this photo book at both Chimpundu and Mburara have to have the photo book at the reception. Oh, this looks very beautiful, doesn't it? Look at this. East African. So we have representation from Kenya. Kenya, I know Martha is from Kenya. Any other person with us from Kenya? And then we have, oh yes. And then we have Tanzania. Where are my sisters from Tanzania? Ah, there you go. Oh yeah, this is a good idea. Photographers, this is the only monument you have. Now, I've also discovered something at this conference, that if you want the best introduction to any speaker at a conference, you invite Herbert Biarahanga. He will give you the best introduction for a speaker, because his is very raw. No, he doesn't polish it. So he will remind you about what, I mean, Sarah Kajingo was the guild president like 20 years ago. Sarah, he still mentions this, that Sarah Kajingo was still, all right. She was the guild president for Africa's finest university, and is now championing the private sector initiatives in business, in tourism, and media. All right? Very few people mention that she's also worked with the president of this country. You don't forget that. All right. So, Herbert is the only one missing. Mwanje, where is Herbert? All right. And he's not a female birder anyway, so that's okay. All right, thank you, East Africa. Can we have Africa? So you stay there, East Africa stay. Can we have the South African sisters join us? Doctor, you're also now East Africa. For you, you're African. Our sisters from South Africa. Yo. Our sisters from South Africa have joined us. Yo. All right? Oh, can I also mention that if you haven't experienced Uganda's nightlife, my sister Nandi is the best example of someone who's experienced Uganda's nightlife.
I was told at the reception they saw a very beautiful lady walking in at a very late hour last night. I won't tell you what time she came into the hotel because that's private information. But she also experienced the border life, which not many people will experience. So she did a border. And the other experience she had was downtown. She went downtown. That's when you know that's a real African woman. So she went downtown. She had a border experience and also experienced Uganda's finest nightlife. There's nowhere in the world that there is the most captivating nightlife like there is in Kampala. In fact, I think for us, we never go to bed. We only go to bed in the morning when we're just going to change clothes and then come back. All right? So we've, how about finally? Okay. So the next one will be the one which is global. So happy people. All right. So thank you. Now you guys can go and take your seats because we're going to do the global one. Let's have our global women badders. Global will include South Africa, of course, Tanzania and Kenya stay. So we are now representing those who are not Ugandan. Judith stays because she's the chair. So all the other women badders, Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa, Canada, Ecuador, the US, can we join? All the countries that are represented here. Women badders. So I don't expect, apart from Hubbard, because he's the unhosted. South Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, Ecuador, Canada, China, the USA, are all represented in this very one photo. This represents, where is Olivia? She was asking for the global representation. That's the global representation at the conference. And Judith represents all of us from Uganda. There you go. We have the official camera here, guys, in the middle, all right? And you're in the very special month of December in our calendar. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause for all the organizers and our sponsors. And Hubbard requested, hopefully you all have your lunch coupon. Please make sure you have your lunch coupon. If you don't, ask the ladies as you get out. But Hubbard is leading us to the photo. So Jeff, the rest of us, the men who are here attending the conference, the only photo we are going to be in is the one at the stairs, where we are all in one photo. So Jeff and Hubbard, please lead us to the stairs. Ushers, please show our delegates to the stairs at the front, where we are taking the group photo. Hubbard? Yes, microphone, this microphone? Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. After the photo, after lunch, we're going to have a budding clinic, 2 budding clinics. For those who are interested in digiscoping, of course, not all of you, after lunch, we shall be in the gardens down there, behind the information center. Those who are interested in digiscoping and those who are interested in photography, the ladies who are interested in photography, please be there for a class of about 1 hour, looking at practical areas of how to do these cameras, how to do digiscoping. Those who are interested, not everybody, of course I know. Please, you're all welcome for that session. It's very important. We want to see our ladies learn how to do digiscoping. Thank you.
And the exhibition is ongoing?
Oh, the exhibition is ongoing. There is an exhibition down there. Please make sure you got the exhibition and maybe grab something. The exhibition is open.
What time is the clinic? What time is the clinic?
The clinics after lunch, the clinic should be 2:30.
2:30.
2:30 clinics.
But just after the information center in the garden, there will be, is there a specific stall? How about, we need to know, Jeff. Okay, all right. Do we have a specific stall where the clinics are happening from?
The clinics will be outside the KCCA Information Center.
All right.
Just
outside the information center.
Yeah, we will be there waiting for them. There will also be a meeting of the women badders.
Yeah.
After that, the women badders from the region. We actually started the East African women badders. We want to sit with them with the South Africans.
All right.
The South African women badders after the clinics, so that we can also be able to draw an agenda for going forward.
Don't keep them too busy. We want them to spend their money also, right?
No, it will be just 1 hour.
Don't keep people too busy. We want some money. We want some dollars.
And she did not tell you, she went out.
This is the best time to sell your dollars into Uganda shillings. You get the biggest value. It's been really, it's at the peak. After this, it will come down. This is the best time.
So let's go for the picture outside there.
She knows what to do.
Photograph.
All right, ushers, let's have the photograph. Ushers, lead our guests to the stairs. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's go take this very nice group photo. and then we'll all make our way to lunch. After lunch, we have the clinics happening, and then we also have the exhibition that is ongoing. We want to appreciate all our stakeholders and all the sponsors, the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, the KCCA that offered us the green and the gardens for the exhibition, and of course, the service providers, as mentioned here. Events Warehouse was mentioned, and all the key service providers that have been here. The organizing team, we really want to appreciate all of you for the great work done. And we now want to invite you to the group photo. Let's all go and have this group photo. And then lunch will be served immediately in the same place, the Paradise Restaurant. And then we'll make our way to the clinics and also the exhibition. Thank you very much.